circumstances, maybe. No, God is always there for me, yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the bad. Separate me from your love, my Jesus. Nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Father. Anyhow, the afflictions of the righteous, the hearts of men getting more and more vicious. Brutality is on the increase. Tell me, when the love of God sees no power on earth to separate me from love, love my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Father. This level of crime, only love can eradicate. We must demand justice from the church and the state, and confess to God all our evil ways, and He will give us so much better days when we show love to each and every brother. Love will return to protect mother, daughter, sister. Let's hope in our heart to those who are in need, who never receive love. Come, let's sow some seed. No power on earth to separate me from love. Love my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Heavenly Father. No power on earth to separate me from love. I love you, my Jesus. Nothing will be able to turn me away from you. No, 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 no power on earth to separate me from you. No power, no, oh no, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. No, no, no power. There's not a broken vessel that God can't make. The thief was down to his last breath, hanging there and carried away. When he turned to the master and said, Lord of mercy on me, he was just a broken vessel. Then Jesus washed away his sins, 'cause there's not a broken vessel that God can make. Oh, there's not a broken vessel God can't make. Yeah. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus up all the pieces, time and time again. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. Lord Almighty, Jesus, see.
Afternoon to all my listeners and viewers. Welcome to Rebel Radio. Today is Monday and we have your plate filled with nutritious information. Yes, we're going to tell you what is happening. And you know, we want to start the program this evening. I am sure that some of you might have heard this big shake-up in the police force. CTOX. You know, that squad was formed probably 10 years ago. Those of us who are familiar with the police force, CTOX replaced the then flying squad. You remember the flying squad? Where people like Bigger Ford, yes? That was a squad, a fearsome squad, and a famous squad. Tony Hewitt and those detectives there, they were the martyrs in the flying squad. Well, that squad was demolished, yes, and CTOX replaced it. But then it would appear as if CTOX become one of the, has been contaminated. Yes. It is now, and it was now, appears as if it was dealing with drugs. You remember what happened last month to one of the inspectors at CTOX? He was arrested when they swooped down on him and found cocaine. Then after that, the commissioner, you know, proceeded with investigation and they found over 5 keys of cocaine at CTOX headquarters. And based on my information, it would appear as if the squad, or members of the squad, were trading in drugs and they had overseas connection. Yes. When the commissioner has dismantled the squad. Yes. Over 50 members were transferred. Yes, and he has formed a new squad. Yes. Commissioner has formed a new squad to replace CTOX. Yes, because he found out that that squad was, as I said, contaminated, and it has been replaced. But you know, yes, the new squad is the Special Investigation Branch. And in the latest force orders there last week, it was saying, in alignment with Jamaica Constabulary Force JCF Modernization Initiative, the High Command has established the Specialized Investigation Branch under the crime portfolio. The SIB is designed to forge powerful synergies, synchronize operations, and enhance. Let me see. Who is this? Yes, so as I said, that new squad there, it has been formed to replace CTAX. And, you know, one of the things that we have to be aware of is that, you know, corruption. Yes, corruption is one of the bug that is biting us. Yes, and it is not just the politicians who are involved in this. Yes. So, as I said, a new squad has been formed to replace CTAX. Yes. And the new squad, the commissioner says, or the high command says, the SIB consolidates several elite investigative formations into a unified front to boost effectiveness, efficiency, and strengthen oversight. Yes. So let us see what is going to happen. But as I said, the CTAX has been demolished and the members transferred to different divisions in the force. But the only thing I will say about that, you know, you see, if you are in the force, yes, and you are involved in corruption, so you were stationed at point A, division A, and they now send you to division B. You take the corruption with you. You take your practice with you, right? So it is left to be seen what these men who were transferred. And I am not saying that all members of CTAX were involved, but obviously some were. Yes. And as a result of that, they have been transferred. Yes. Some have been gone over to St. Andrew Central, St. Andrew North. Yes. Yes. St. Andrew South, St. Catherine, Kingston East, and Clarendon. Yes. And these transfer, as I said, the commissioner has taken steps to shake up and demolish that squad there, because it was found that it was involved in corruption. One inspector is now facing charges. Yes, and I understand the investigations continue and there might be more arrest. Yes. But you know, on this question of drugs, one of the things that we want to know, the commissioner, what happened to that big drug fine at that airport there out in St. Mary? Yes, that massive drug fine there, and I remember the last deputy commissioner in charge of crime told the media that arrests would be made soon, but to date, no arrest has been made in that matter. Yes, and we await to see what is going to happen. Well, you know, it is Black History Month. Yes, and as a result of, I must say that because one of the things that I don't believe, when they say that declare February as Black History Month, you know, I don't accept that. But as part of the month celebration, we are going to be showing you some Black history, and we want you now to take a look at this video. Yes, this video is going to tell you about some 10 inventions that you won't believe. Let's take a look.
So, a new telecom company is about to launch in Jamaica, but the first real sign that something big was coming, it wasn't a press conference.
From life-saving medical breakthroughs to technology that keeps satellites safe in orbit, this small Caribbean island has shaped global innovation in ways that history books rarely mention. Now, before we get into this list, I need your help with something. We're working toward 20,000 subscribers on this channel, and if you're watching content like this, you're exactly the kind of viewer who makes this community special. Take 2 seconds and hit that subscribe button. And as we go through these inventions, I want you to drop a comment telling me which one shocks you the most. Was it something medical, something military, something musical? I read every single comment, and your answers genuinely shape what we cover next. All right, let's get into it. Number 10. The chocolate milk in your fridge has Jamaican roots. That chocolate milk sitting in your refrigerator traces back to Jamaica, and not in the way most people assume. Historian James Del Burgo documented this in his 2017 book, Collecting the World, noting that Jamaicans brewed a hot beverage from shavings of freshly harvested cacao, boiled with milk and cinnamon, as early as 1494. That date sits nearly 200 years before an Irish physician named Hans Sloane ever stepped onto the island. And here's where the story takes a turn. Sloane arrived in Jamaica between 1687 and 1688, serving as the personal physician to the governor. And when he encountered the local cacao water drink, he found it nauseous, his own word for it. What he did next changed history, because he experimented by adding milk to make it easier to drink. Sloane didn't invent chocolate milk. He simply modified what Jamaicans had been drinking for generations to suit European palates. The recipe traveled back across the Atlantic with him. By the 1750s, something called Sir Hans Sloane's milk chocolate was being sold as a medicinal elixir throughout London. And eventually Cadbury began marketing drinking chocolate that referenced his recipe. The entire European chocolate industry built itself, in part, on a Jamaican tradition that had existed for centuries before Sloan was born. What nobody realizes is that this drink never disappeared from Jamaica, what Jamaicans still call chocolate tea or cocoa tea today. Cacao boiled with milk, cinnamon, and nutmeg represents a continuous tradition potentially spanning more than 500 years. So the next time someone tells you chocolate milk came from Europe, you'll know the actual story. Number 9. The Ordonique, Jamaica's citrus hybrid that spread across the globe around 1920 in Manville, Manchester Parish. Something unexpected happened on a local farm. A natural hybrid emerged between a sweet orange and a tangerine, creating a fruit that would eventually become Jamaica's signature citrus export. The name Ordonique came from the director of agriculture H.H. Cousins, who combined the words orange, tangerine, and unique into a single word. Historical records offer conflicting accounts about who first cultivated it. The most cited academic source credits C.P. Jackson of Chellaston, Manville, who grew 130 seedlings from this chance seedling and selected the best specimens for continued cultivation. Alternative claims point to David Daniel Phillips, who allegedly received recognition from the Jamaica Agricultural Society in 1939 and later presented seedlings to Emperor Haile Selassie in 1966. The fruit itself combined the best qualities of both parent citrus varieties, carrying the deep, rich sweetness of a tangerine alongside the size and juiciness of an orange. Some varieties yield up to 60% juice extraction, and the taste earned descriptions like extremely sweet but well-balanced with acidity, with a strong, rich aroma that set it apart from other citrus fruits. That neighborhood agricultural experiment became a global commodity. Spain now stands as a major producer. Israel imported seeds in 1965 and developed their own selection called Topaz, and cultivation spread throughout the Mediterranean region, Australia, and Morocco. As of 2024, the Ordonique still trades in European markets at 80 to 90 cents per kilogram, and millions of consumers enjoy it without any idea it originated on a small Caribbean island. Number 8. The Sorrel Deseder, a simple machine that changed an entire industry. Anyone who has tasted Jamaican sorrel drink knows it's something special. That deep red spiced beverage made from hibiscus flowers that fills homes during the holiday season with the combination of ginger, cloves, rum, and sugar. What most people don't realize is how much labor went into making it before a Jamaican invention changed the entire process. Each sorrel flower contains a hard seed pod in the middle of its petal-like calyx, and removing those calyces by hand requires hours of careful, tedious work. For decades, this slow manual process kept sorrel production small because farmers and processors simply couldn't match rising demand. 2 workers could spend 15 days processing just 1 acre of sorrel, which meant scaling up was nearly impossible. Oral Wunnell Turner and Allison Deborah Turner of St. Elizabeth Parish solved this problem with the Sorrel Deseder, a machine that automatically separates the sorrel calyces from the seeds quickly and efficiently. It launched officially on October 27, 2015, at Jamaica's Ministry of Agriculture headquarters, and the impact hit immediately. The machine processes approximately 50 kilograms of sorrel per hour, reducing what used to take 15 days to just hours of work. On April 25, 2017, the invention received U.S. patent number 9,629,390B1, described as a sorrel harvesting machine with spaced-apart rotating return and cutting drums. What had been a bottleneck for generations suddenly opened up, making it possible to produce sorrel syrup, packaged dried sorrel, flavored drinks, and products that could ship internationally while maintaining consistent quality. Turner Innovations has since expanded operations all the way to Australia, proving that a well-designed mechanical solution can bridge culture and commerce without losing what made the tradition special in the first place. Number 7. A Jamaican scientist WHO literally invented new breeds of cattle. Most people picture machines and gadgets when they think about inventions. But one of the most difficult kinds of invention is biological, creating entirely new breeds of animals that didn't exist before. That's exactly what Dr. Thomas Philip Lecky accomplished, and his work changed tropical agriculture across the world. Born on December 31, 1904, Lecky became the first Jamaican to earn both undergraduate and postgraduate degrees in agriculture, completing his PhD at the University of Edinburgh between 1949 and 1951. What he did next seemed biologically impossible to many of his peers. June 25, 1952 marked the announcement of the Jamaica Hope, the first cattle breed ever developed in the Western Hemisphere. Lecky engineered this breed with precise genetic composition, 80% Jersey, 15% Sahival, which is a Zebu breed, and 5% Holstein. But he didn't stop there, going on to develop 3 more breeds. The Jamaica Red, a tough beef breed that thrives in rough terrain, the Jamaica Black, bred specifically for superior meat quality, and the Jamaica Brahmin, designed to survive extreme heat and resist parasites. Before Lecky's work, Jamaica depended entirely on European cattle breeds that couldn't handle Caribbean conditions. The imported animals fell victim to heat stress, disease, parasites, and changes in their food sources, requiring expensive veterinary care while producing far less milk than expected. Farmers kept fighting a losing battle until Lecky changed the equation. His approach used line breeding rather than conventional crossbreeding, selecting bulls from the best producing cows through accelerated natural selection to ensure his breeds would reproduce consistently without hybrid instability. The results speak through the numbers. The Jamaica Hope produces an average of 12 liters of milk per day, 3 times what previous cattle on the island managed, with each cow yielding approximately 2,500 kilograms of milk per lactation period of 305 days at around 5% butterfat. Today, the Jamaica Hope comprises roughly 50% of Jamaica's cattle population, with approximately 6,000 registered females, and the breed has spread to other Caribbean and Latin American countries. Scientists from around the world visited Jamaica to study Lecky's techniques, which now form the basis for tropical cattle breeding globally. Recognition came in the form of the Order of the British Empire in 1959, the first Norman Manley Award for Excellence in 1970, and Jamaica's Order of Merit in 1978, the nation's highest civilian honor. A posthumous National Medal for Science and Technology followed in 2003, nearly a decade after his death in 1994. Number 6. The Maroon Warfare Innovations that defeated the British Empire. This entry isn't about a single invention, but rather an entire system of military innovations so effective that they forced the British Empire into something unprecedented, signing peace treaties with formerly enslaved people, nearly a century before general emancipation came to the Caribbean. The Jamaican Maroons built communities of escaped enslaved Africans in the mountainous interior of the island, and what they developed there would influence revolutionary warfare for generations after they were gone. Their camouflage techniques used sophisticated plant-based concealment, covering warriors with branches and leaves so effectively that British military accounts describe trees coming to life during ambushes. Beyond visual concealment, they used botanical knowledge to disguise their scent from British tracking dogs, turning the jungle itself into a weapon. Defensive systems included pit traps approximately 4 feet deep along paths with concealed approaches, rolling stone defenses using huge boulders with props or ties designed to cascade down on approaching troops, and false trails leading to fatal quagmires or quicksand filled with additional traps. They established crossfire positions along paths so narrow that, according to British records, no body of men could approach without hours of notice, giving the Maroons time to prepare. Psychological
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleypark Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, Hardware and Supplies is holding up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, Hardware and Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
And vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores,
we're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.
Welcome back to Rebel Radio, and we are going over to Barbados now. As you know, Wednesday will be a day of decision in Barbados, election day. Yes, and it is really going to be a showdown on what is happening. I have with me today Hayo Holalara, and she's a political analyst, and she's going to tell me, what is happening in the political atmosphere in Barbados. Good evening, Ayo.
Hey, good afternoon. How are you?
Well,
and good afternoon to you, America.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Is it bright and sunny in Barbados today?
It was, for the most part, a little bit overcast in some areas, but for the most part, it's bright and sunny as usual.
Okay. And I can well imagine that the politicians are out now on the Austins. They are campaigning now.
Yes, they're still campaigning. Of course, as you can imagine, it's down to the last few days. So they've been all, in the field doing their thing. And I think that most of them are winding down. Yes. And they must be very happy to be coming to the end.
Yes.
Yeah.
From what I gather, it would appear as if the ruling party is set to retain its position. Is that what you are picking up?
There was a poll done by Dr. Dwayne Devonish of University, the UWI, and that's what his poll has shown. Mm-hmm. Of course, that poll was done, I think, a week and a half or so ago. And as you know, a poll only speaks to what is happening at a particular point in time. Yes. So I haven't seen any other polls come out to say that has changed or that it remains. In terms of how it feels on the ground, I think that personally it still feels that way, but of course the only time to tell for sure is on election day, isn't it?
Mm-hmm, yes. Okay.
So both parties have submitted their manifestos to the public. And the Barbados Labour Party was the ruling party. They were only brought fairly early with their manifesto. And the Democratic Labour Party about 2 days ago, just before the election, which is kind of late for the public to peruse it. If that will play a part if they will suffer for that, that's left to be seen. But that depends on how important you think that manifestos are to the voting public. So there's that. But there were 2 very interesting manifestos, yeah.
Okay. Educate me a little here. Which of these parties is the party of the late Harold Barrow?
That would be the Democratic Labour Party.
Oh, that is the opposition party.
The opposition party, yes.
Okay, all right. So, tell us why the people of Barbados should vote for the incumbent party a third time. Tell me why they should.
That's an interesting question. I can't say if they should vote for them, but it depends on what it is that you're looking for in a political party, a government, really, to take you into the future. I guess I will go back and talk about the manifestos then, because that's the best indicator. I don't know if you watched my show last night, but I actually reviewed or analyzed these manifestos from a qualitative perspective. And if we are thinking, if the voting public is looking for a government that is focused on modernizing Barbados or continuing the work of modernizing Barbados and taking us into a very uncertain global future, then from that perspective, I would imagine that will be the Barbados Labour Party, simply based on its manifesto and also based on its previous works over the last 5 years. Now, there's no perfect government, as you can imagine, but for where my thinking is, I believe that you have a responsibility, I think, to vote for the party that you think is best suited based on the needs of the country. Yes. I think that the place of where we vote based on who we like and all these things. Of course, people still vote like that. Mm-hmm. However, I think that when we talk about the modern Barbadian, the middle class, the young professionals, the business class, and so forth, I don't think that the Democratic Labour Party's manifesto will resonate very well with that element, simply because it remains too parochial, doesn't move forward. It doesn't state very much about where they see Barbados globally in the future. Doesn't move past the parochial. It's still very conservative view of what they think Barbados is. I think that there are no solid details regarding, how they'll manage the economy in terms of revenue building, given the changing conditions. What they have spoken a lot about, though, is cutting taxes. And I mean, we've been in the Caribbean for some time. We follow the Caribbean politics for some time, and we know that taking a broad side of the blade to taxes, it can spell devastation for a country. The Barbados Labour Party, they had, after they took over the government from the Democratic Labour Party, who was in power from 2008 to 2018, the Barbados Labour Party had to take the country into IMF program that they have branded as the BERT program. The BERT program is really just the IMF program to rebuild the country after what they have also branded, they love to brand things, branded the lost decade. So we're still in the midst of that program. Of course, if you read the Barbados Party's manifesto, the BERT 3.0 is really a forward-looking approach now in that program, where they're looking now at transformation. So they're saying that, the BERT 3, the BERT 2 or whatever before 3.0, that was really to repair Barbados, and now we're at the stage now of transforming Barbados. So they're not looking at what cutting taxes were or anything like that. They're actually looking at, mission transformation is what they're determining. So they're looking at prioritizing reindustrialization and digital Barbados, and some very forward thinking ideas when it comes to the economy in terms of the cost of living. Instead of just cutting taxes, they focus really on lowering the cost of living, providing these targeted tax credits to the vulnerable, reducing taxes on incomes rather than the broader taxes like VAT and so forth. So they're looking at reducing taxes on incomes and pensions and so forth in terms of putting money directly into the people's hands. So I think that ultimately that the Barbados Party's manifesto, it really frames its vision as a strategy for national resilience, and I think that that's very important given the time that we're in. So based on my analysis of those two manifestos, I think that I'm leaning towards the Barbados Labour Party's vision rather, which is a more global vision. And again, young professionals, those people who consider themselves middle class, the business class, all these people who generate revenue for the country and are also in their earning years. And those pensioners also, and the young people, they've all been considered, I think, in this manifesto, and that's important.
But let us look back a little. The BLP has been in power now for 2 terms. Now,
yes,
based on their performance, what would you say? Have they delivered on issues that will make that has made the life of ordinary Barbadian better? For example, what is the state of the cost of living? What is their performance on education, access to health, the infrastructure, roads and water, all those issues? Would you say that they have delivered on those issues?
This is how I would put that. So, given the context of where we were coming from,
yes.
I'm not sure if you're familiar with what is termed the lost decade and where Barbados was during 2018 to 2018, but it was a dire time in our history. I don't know that there are any Barbadians, unless they're really, really committed to the Democratic Labour Party and would not risk to say anything negative about the party. I don't think that anybody would disagree that has been a very trying time for the Barbadian society and the Barbadian person.
Yes.
We've come from a place where we had 22 downgrades, basically.
Yeah.
22 downgrades. Is it 22 or 24? I don't remember. I think it's about 24 downgrades.
Yes.
So we've had a situation where we had a grave reduction in public transport buses, the government transport buses. We had the sewage issue on the South Coast, where the plant was basically disintegrating. I mean, we had some very serious issues in the country. I think that most people describe Barbados as a very beautiful country. Barbados was not beautiful during that time, especially the city, especially the South Coast. It was dirty because there just wasn't many money to do the things that we are accustomed to, keeping our country clean. We take a lot of pride in that, in keeping our country clean, not just for tourists, but for the average Barbadian. We just like we are clean people. We like our spaces to be clean, not just inside of our houses, but when we go outside, we want it to be clean too. That's just who we are. And there was a huge reduction in these very basic things. On the education front, the great Robara, who was the father of the Democratic Labour Party, he instituted free education in this island. And the Democratic Labour Party of that period removed free education. Now, free education is something that Barbadians hold dear. This is like one of the pillars of the agreement in terms of the social partnership, that we will hold on to free education and free health care. All right? And free education during that time was eradicated. These are that we hold dear. These are things that we believe in. All of this was and more was eradicated during that period. So you have to look at it within that context. So when the Barbados Labour Party came to the government, these are some of the things that they had to make right. With the reintroduction of free education, the cleaning up of the South Coast, the fixing of the sewage apparatus over there, just cleaning up Barbados, buying buses. So now we have these electric buses and so forth. And there's a lot that has happened since the Barbados Labour Party came into power. Mm-hmm. The cost to live is high. And there's no two ways about that, because not only are we under an IMF program to make these things happen that we hold there, but we have to consider the global economy as well.
Yes.
I don't have to explain the global economy to anybody. Everybody watches the news. Everybody's paying attention to what's happening in the global north, and all of this affects us in the global south. So, if I was to give, and I've given the government an A grade on how it has turned around this country within the period of time that they took over office.
Yes.
What's happening now is something that happened back in 2008. Because Owen Arthur at the time, he was the Prime Minister. Of course, he was the Barbados Labour Party Prime Minister. And just like the Barbados Labour Party has had to do now in 2018, he has had to do the same thing before he took over government in, I think it was 94. It was in 94 or 91, I can't remember exactly, but during the 90s, when he took over government, he held the government for 3 terms, rebuilding Barbados, and literally there was a shift in Barbados, economically, socially, and he gave that push basically to bring Barbados out of, our beginning stages into a more global space. And the same thing that happened when the Democratic Labour Party took over then, I feel like if the Democratic Labour Party takes over again now, based on the policies, the parochial policies that they're now suggesting, I feel like we will have a return to 2008 to 2018.
Okay. Yeah.
That's how I feel about it, and that's something that I want to avoid. Now,
yes.
on the Barbados Labour Party's manifesto, my hope is that they can get over the implementation deficit that we often suffer with in the Caribbean, because a lot of what is entailed within that manifesto, if they are implemented, Barbados can literally shift forward in a way that can only benefit everyone down to the average citizen, because it is very forward-thinking manifesto.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I understand. So, based on that, it would appear then that the Barbados Labour Party is going to retain power. And, one of the things that...
I didn't say that. I said...
I know you didn't say that, right? But
okay.
One of the things that my listeners and viewers should know, that for the 2 last elections, the Barbados Labour Party has won all 30. There are 30 constituencies in Barbados.
Yes.
And the Barbados Labour Party has won all 30.
Yes.
And
definitely both.
Yes, and based on, as I said, when I talk to people in Barbados, they are saying that the BLP is going to retain all 30 constituencies. Do you see that happening?
I see the Barbados Labour Party winning. By how many constituencies? That's the question. I'm not going to come outright and say, they're going to win all 30, but I do see them retaining the government in the election on Wednesday. That much I would say.
Okay.
Something very drastic will have to happen for them not to retain the government.
Yes. Yeah. What would you say are some of the main issues facing Barbadians at this time?
Well, the main issue is the cost of living. That's the thing. And if I were, and I'm on record for saying that if I were opposition party going into this election, then my main point, the issue I would put towards the people consistently would be the cost of living. Now, I think that the Democratic Party to do that. However, their answer to that problem is cutting taxes. Just cutting taxes, cutting VAT, cutting every single tax that Barbadians pay, basically. Now, Barbadians love a reduction of taxation, but not in this way, not in a way that is harmful to the economy. There's no talk about revenue building, and and this is the difference between the manifesto of the Barbados Labour Party and the Democratic Labour Party. There's a clear picture for me of how revenue can be built in the Barbados Labour Party's manifesto. That does not exist for me in the Democratic Labour Party's manifesto. So this is where that's what I'm concerned about. Like, yes, as a citizen here, I would love a reduction in taxation. Who wouldn't? Who doesn't want more money in their pockets? However, if that is going to stress the country to a point where we return to where we can't pay our bills, when the Barbados Party took over government, we had like 2 weeks of import, to pay for our bills. Yes. Like we can't go back. That's all I know right now, and I think that's where most Barbadians are. Like we don't want to return to that time, and I get it. Everybody wants a gotcha moment. Everybody wants the people that they support or the party that they support to win the government. But it has to be bigger than that. It has to be bigger than my people. It has to be my people as a whole. My Barbados. That's what it has to be. I guess you guys know. Not I guess. I know that you guys know that Barbados does not have the wealth in terms of oil and bauxite and all these things that everybody have. All we have are our people. We have our education. We have tourism. These are the things that we have. So a lot of our income comes from utilizing our people and tourism.
Okay.
So that's why we've always focused so heavily on developing our people, making sure we have an educated public, making sure that they have the opportunities, to do stuff or what have you, and to bring income in, because that's where we get our money from. And of course, there is the international investments and so forth. But that's where we are.
Right. And what about, this is a Caribbean problem, but how is it in Barbados? I'm talking about crime. How is crime in Barbados?
Yeah, crime in Barbados is reported as high, but I have my own views on that. I feel like crime in Barbados is reported as high simply because we've always had lower crime. Our index on crime has always been lower than the rest of the region. But I have my views on that too, and I think there's a critical issue that a lot of people have missed. I remember during the last decade that I think Dwayne Devonish and some other people, they have done some studies back then. This is when the free education was removed and so forth. And sometimes people don't make connection through time. If you remove free education, if people don't have money, if people don't have jobs, these are people that are growing up. Now, if you look at the crimes that are being committed, they're lawless crimes being done by very young people. These are the people that would have grown up during the last decade. These are the people who had to drop out of school. These are the people who knew they couldn't go to school because their families couldn't afford to send them to school. These are the people who didn't see a future for themselves under the conditions that Barbados was in at the time. And I always wonder, where do people think those people went? They didn't disappear from our society.
Yes.
They fell out of the mainstream of society and they went somewhere. So this escalation of crime seems to be a surprise to a lot of people because they refuse to connect the dots. They refuse to make that connection. Now, what I anticipate is that with Barbados on the trajectory that it is on, if it is allowed to remain there, if it is allowed, if the people give the Barbados Labour Party the mandate and is allowed to remain on the trajectory, I think that you will see a reduction in crime over the next decade, because crime is a social issue, and social issues don't disappear overnight. They fester for a while until they grow out of society, or that the programs that are put in place can effectively start to take root. So I think that if we allow Barbados to continue on the trajectory that it is on, that we will eventually start to see a reduction of that spike in the crime that we have been seeing.
Okay, well, let us hope. So, as it stands now, by the way, the current leader of opposition isn't he a member of the Barbados Labour Party, Mr. Tarn?
Yes, Mr. Thorne. He was a member of the Democratic Labour Party. He's crossed the floor a few times, I think like twice. I stand corrected on that, but I think he was a member of the Barbados Labour Party, then a member of the Bees, then a member of the Bees, something like that. He's currently a member, he is currently a sitting member of the Barbados Labour Party. He was elected into government. The first time he has ever won a seat is under the Barbados Labour Party, regardless of the number of times he has run before. The first time he ever won a seat was under the Barbados Labour Party during the 230 laws that you spoke about earlier.
Okay, but is it because the party, the BLP won all 30 seats, why they had to elect a member, one of their member, as opposition leader?
No, that's not what happened. You see, what happened was he was a backbencher in the House, in the lower house, but he wasn't given a position, and there's some talk around the position that he wanted or what have you, and I would have heard the Prime Minister on the platforms talking about this. He wanted to be the Attorney General. Now, I don't know, I just repeating what she said on the platform, and he wasn't given that position, and I guess the contention or what is being put out is, that he was a bit disgruntled about that, and that's why he crossed the floor to become the opposition leader, since there was no opposition in the House. So if he crossed the floor, anybody who crossed the floor will automatically become the opposition leader. So this is how he became the opposition leader, which, for me, is problematic, because the person who could never win a seat but got in on a Barbados Labour Party ticket, given the swing at the time where Barbadians simply did not want to have any Democratic Labour Party ministers in the House, so he got in on that swing, and now he suddenly is the opposition leader. He's never won anything on his own. That's the major thing that I think a lot of people have not focused on. He's never won a single constituency on his own. The only time he won is on a Barbados Labour Party ticket. And for somebody like that, and he has never held a political, a parliamentary portfolio either. That also must be said. He has never held a parliamentary portfolio, but now he's contending to be Prime Minister of Barbados. If you don't think that spells economic problems or trouble for the future of Barbados, I don't know where your mind is, but for me it does, yeah.
Okay. Well, we have used up our time for this discussion, but I want to say that I would like to continue. I would like us to continue this discussion at another time, right? When it's convenient. Let us say after the elections, we'll talk.
Yes, so thank you so much for having me, and have a great evening.
And thank you very much for accepting my request. Okay.
Yes.
Have a good evening. Yes, that was Hayo Holalaro, political analyst in Barbados, there telling us what is happening in that country. Wednesday is the elections the Barbados Labour Party, which is the ruling party, and the Democratic Labour Party, the opposition. We will keep you abreast of what is happening there. Let us go for a break. And coming up next, is our program there by CBR. And this is an economic program, a program that is providing you with information on what is happening in the Caribbean economies. So stay tuned. This is Rebel Radio. Let's go for a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all, there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.
Welcome to Caribbean Business Review, where insight meets impact. We bring you economic and financial updates, sharp statistical breakdowns, and data-driven insights on the forces shaping the region. Smart analysis, bold ideas, real Caribbean intelligence. This is CBR.
Welcome to episode 5 of season 3 of the Caribbean Business Review. I'm Joseph Cox. Now, thank you as always for your continued support across all our digital platforms and MKR Radio. This week's episode sits at the intersection of growth, governance, and the hidden costs the region continues to absorb. Our special guest is Mrs. Lindell Danzy Black, Managing Director of Cerulean Inc. and a regional leadership strategist. Together, we examine Guyana's inflection point as the country navigates the transition to an oil economy, balances non-oil growth, and confronts the governance pressures that inevitably emerge during structural transformation. In today's CBR briefing, we turn to tourism's paradox, volume, value, and the Caribbean trade-off, asking a difficult but necessary question. Does the regional tourism model as currently structured actually generate negative value added despite rising arrivals? But before we begin, there is a broader issue we are obliged to address. Across the Caribbean, the cost of infrastructure fragility is rising. not only from climate shocks, but from persistent human-driven losses that quietly erode economic performance. In Jamaica, that risk has now moved firmly into the macroeconomic frame. Recent disclosures from utility providers suggest that vandalism and theft across the electricity, water, and telecommunications networks are costing at least $350 million annually, and that figure is widely regarded as conservative. These losses are not episodic. They are structural, recurring, and embedded in the cost base of essential services. Electricity theft alone is estimated at $200 million per year, with more than a quarter of power generated never commercialized. Telecommunications infrastructure is being systematically targeted. Water production losses now run into the billions of dollars in foregone output. The economic transmission is clear. Higher operating costs, upward pressure on tariffs, inflation risks, and weakened competitiveness. At a moment when Jamaica is already absorbing post-hurricane fiscal stress, these losses represent a self-inflicted drag on recovery, one that policy, enforcement, and governance reform can no longer afford to treat as secondary. In short, these are not isolated incidents. They are a silent tax on growth. Against that backdrop of structural pressure, here are stories that we are tracking this week in our Market Watch and Global Pulse segments. Coming up in the Market Watch, Bahamas records growth of 2.8% in 2025. Guyana cuts unemployment and increases wages by 50%, and utility vandalism drains $350 million a year from Jamaica. Then in Global Pulse, Euro area inflation falls below 2% in January, global shipping costs surges, and Canada's food inflation driven by imports. All that and more this hour on Market Watch and Global Pulse. Coming up next is the CBR Briefing. This is your CBR Briefing. When Jamaica's Tourism Minister Edmund Bartlett reminds us that each tourist activates more than 175 skill sets and touch points, from airports and hotels to transport and attractions, he is describing the undeniable breadth of economic activity tourism generates. Across the Caribbean, tourism employs, sustains livelihoods, and anchors foreign exchange inflows. In many economies, it is the dominant sector by any measure. But activity alone does not determine prosperity. Value added does. And this is where the regional tourism model reveals a deep structural contradiction. In Jamaica, the tourism dollar retention rate is estimated at around 40.8 cents. That means nearly 60% of every tourism dollar leaks offshore through imports, repatriated profits, expatriate labor, foreign management contracts, and overseas booking platforms. But even that is not the lower bound. In the Bahamas, tourism dollar retention is estimated closer to 25%. In effect, 3/4 of tourism revenue exits the economy. Employment is created, yes, but the value captured locally is remarkably thin. And here is where a crucial distinction sharpens the picture. As noted by former IDB General Manager for the Caribbean, Therese Turner Jones, the composition of tourism matters as much as its scale. In the Bahamas, average stayover visitors spend approximately $2,600 per day, whereas cruise visitors spend only about $90 per visit. That disparity is not marginal, it's structural. Stopover tourism supports hotels, local transport, food services, entertainment, utilities, and labor-intensive supply chains. Cruise tourism, by contrast, captures much of its value offshore, with spending concentrated in tightly controlled ports and limited local linkages. As a result, rising visitor numbers often coexist with weak economic returns, and even outside cruise-heavy destinations, weak domestic supply chains impose their own limits. In Antigua and Barbuda, food import content for the tourism industry is estimated at around 90%. Hotels import most of what tourists consume not by choice but by necessity because domestic supply chains are too thin or fragmented to meet demand. This helps explain why some Caribbean destinations now exhibit very low and in certain cases a negative net tourism value added once imports, fiscal concessions, infrastructure costs, and profit repatriation are fully accounted for. And the paradox deepens when we consider scale. Tourism accounts for between 15 and as much as 85% of GDP across tourism-dependent Caribbean economies. Yet in many of these countries it delivers low retention, weak productivity growth, limited domestic capital formation, and persistent external vulnerabilities. Now, this is not a failure of tourism demand, it's a failure of economic capture. The Caribbean tourism model remains largely high volume but low value, especially where cruise tourism crowds out higher yield stayover activity and domestic supply chains remain shallow. So the strategic question is no longer whether tourism should grow. It's what kind of tourism should grow and what it connects to. Without deeper local supply chains, stronger domestic ownership, skills upgrading, and a deliberate rebalancing towards higher value stayover tourism, the region risks locking itself into growth without prosperity. Tourism will continue to fill planes and ports, but unless its structure changes, tourism will continue to export most of the value Caribbean labor creates. This creates the Caribbean tourism paradox, and that's your CBR briefing. This is your market brief. We begin in Jamaica, where Parliament approved a $14.36 billion fourth supplementary budget, pushing fiscal 25-26 spending to $1.39 trillion. This lifts total Hurricane Melissa allocations to $66.8 billion, including financing for electricity restoration. GDP is expected to contract 4.3%, inflation to rise 9.5%, and debt to GDP to exceed 68%. Remittances jumped 14.2% in November. However, utility vandalism and theft costs at least $350 million annually. In Guyana, unemployment has fallen by half since 2020. Wages have risen 50 to 100% across most sectors, and employment gains now exceed 104,000, though labor shortages are emerging as a binding constraint. Elsewhere, Antigua and Barbuda recorded steady growth near 3% with declining debt, while Barbados faces almost $600 million in debt servicing in the final quarter of the fiscal year. St. Vincent and the Grenadines now carries debt at 110% of GDP. Trinidad and Tobago S&P has flagged weakening banking sector liquidity, while the Bahamas maintains growth near 3%, supported by tourism and improved credit quality. Now that's your market brief on the Caribbean Business Review. For more, look for us on YouTube and Spotify.
In a world of constant change, insight is your greatest asset. At Joseph Cox & Associates, we empower innovation across the Caribbean. Whatever your challenge, we can help. We're proudly customer-centric, offering bespoke solutions tailored to every partner. From innovation and digital transformation to leadership and policy, our services are designed to deliver lasting impact. We partner with leaders across sectors, from finance and government to energy, tech, and infrastructure, helping them navigate complexity with confidence. Our work is grounded in collaboration. We connect regional leaders through powerful networks, driving change through joint research. Discover more at josephcox.org. Joseph Cox & Associates. Insight, experience, impact.
Still ahead on Caribbean Business Review, our conversation with Lindell Danzy Black, Managing Director of Cerulean Inc., and a regional leadership strategist, where we discuss oil growth and governance, Guyana's inflection point.
Well, the local content legislation speaks to 51% ownership of Guyanese, and 75% of that company has to be Guyanese management. So a lot of the times you hear people flipping it a little bit, but it's 51% Guyanese and 75% of senior management is should be Guyanese. So the issue is with the oil and gas industry, because that's the industry that it regulates.
Okay, welcome back to Caribbean Business Review. I'm Joseph Cox, and today my very special guest is Lindell Dancy Black. No, she is the managing director of Cerulean Inc. However, I prefer to think of her as a leadership architect and a corporate trainer, among other things, a consultant par excellence. Lindell, how are you? Thanks for joining.
I am doing so very well. I'm not used to calling you Joseph, but today
Yes.
I will call you Joseph. It's always ASG, but good morning, and I hope you're doing very well.
Thank you very much. I am indeed. I give thanks every day. People would never understand that title I had at CARICOM, Assistant Secretary General. Most people still call me to this day ASG, and I've left that.
I am telling you. and I also I really believe it's about personality, yeah? Some people you weed out the ASG fast, but you no.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, we're talking about Guyana today because Guyana, as far as I'm concerned, is at an inflection point. You have oil growth, but you also will have governance issues as you come out of this emerging oil economy. And that's where I want to start. So one, we hear the stories coming out just this week. Unemployment has cut by 50% since 2020. Wages across most sectors have reportedly increased 50 to 100%. Now, when you hear that question, obviously, I would expect there to be a significant influx of persons to Guyana. But at the other side of the coin, and this is where I want to start with you, I'm curious, where does all of this fall? As a business person on the ground in Guyana, guide us through what is the lay of the land in terms of probably the fiscal architecture, the governance framework, etc. What is it? If I were to come to Guyana today, based on these numbers, plus the 16% growth that is supposed to be having in this coming year, what is it What is it I should expect?
Well, Joseph, I will say that the Ghana economic landscape is growing. There is so much growth when it comes to the oil and gas industry. And those who follow oil and gas in the world will tell you that there are some big players in the industry. And once they are within your geographic space, there will be other companies following on. Now, I remember doing two things: a salary survey for a company, I would say about 7 years ago. And then in recent time, like last year, I did a salary survey for another company. It was two totally different conversations. One looked at like basic entry level, about, I would say, $50 to today, where entry level at in some organizations are like about just under $1,000, right? Then you have those who would entry levels is $500. So, looking at that and looking at salary scales and what is being said, the thing is, we want to look at where it started. the kind of salary scales that in 2005 and 2006 compared to here, it will be that jump is serious. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that as a result of the oil and gas industry, there are other related industries coming on board. So you have the agriculture industry that's seeming to be, on the rise because of the requirements of the oil and gas industry, and also because of the government policy. Then you have the tourism industry, particularly business tourists. Ghana has always been known for meetings, incentives, and conferences for the region. And then, as a result of the emerging industry, what you find is there are lots of other meetings, other activities, and that really spikes the business tourism dollar here. And so what you find is that when the oil and gas industry started, everyone rushed towards trying to get into the oil and gas, and there were others who said, well, look, there's impact as a result of the oil and gas, and therefore maybe I might just settle for just here that part of the industry that is not oil and gas but supports oil and gas. So all of that gives you a bit of a picture of what is currently happening on the ground now.
Yeah, no, fair enough, and I hear you on that, and I thank you for it. But one of the things that strikes me from coming out of what you're saying is that, one, you're in an emerging oil economy. That means inflation will be going up, or is going up, and will go up considerably. Because I can tell you from my own time in Guyana, one of the things that hit me frontally was that over a period of probably 2-3 years, rents had jumped in some areas fivefold.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So, I mean, how does that picture? Because it's all well and good. We're hearing about, some of the salaries that you're mentioning there, and we hear the statistics, salaries will jump 50 to 100%. But if the base is low, that becomes almost inconsequential. So I'm wondering, how does this actually manifest itself on the ground now? Because that's where I'm curious. What's happening now?
So you're correct. Rent is a good way of looking at how things have just, really the inflation rate has really gone up. So it is rent. It is also food. The basic consumables are high. The issue is why I started at that base is to show that if we say 50% of what, right?
True.
So the inflation rate for the man on the street is high. You hear people complaining about, the fact that years ago what they could have gotten in the market or in the supermarket is just now not happening anymore. Something else that I have noticed within the private sector is the fact that people are doing 3 and 4 jobs. Yes, people are doing 3 and 4 jobs. They are really, trying to get that money in to the family so that they would be able to deal with the inflation rate. So, in as much as we are saying that, yes, there's an improvement, we also want to look at what does the man on the street say? What does it redound to in terms of dollars and cents and affordability? So that is also an important consideration. You also, I think also we are saying that we see lots of people coming into Guyana, especially within the Spanish market and the proximity of Venezuela to Guyana. You see quite a number of Spanish persons coming in. But I venture to say that I have not seen too many Caribbean people. Remember, our salary scales and what we are expecting within the Caribbean region has been at a particular level. Coming into the market here in Guyana, it would have had to equate. And I'm not sure that we are seeing that number of people from the Caribbean, because already across the Caribbean, the inflation rates are high. So no one would make the decision to come into Guyana and then to have to deal with that level of inflation. So you
No,
do
your
see
point.
that, yeah.
No, your point is well taken. And therefore, it leads me to ask you about this $100,000 that, for example, the finance minister mentioned the other day that will be going to Guyanese in this coming year. It seemingly now is a fixture on the Ghana calendar, as it were, your financial calendar, that you have these conditional cash transfers that have been given out. How has that actually functioned? How is the disbursement of that actually done? How do you safeguard against? Frankly speaking, we live in the real world. How do you what should I say, account for the possibility of political bias being kicked in, etc., etc.? How does all of this manifest itself on the ground?
Well, when it comes to the cash grant, especially let's talk about the experience prior, because there was a cash grant prior to this one being
Right.
offered here. I would say my personal experience with it was a very smooth flow based on your national identification card. So that was my experience, and I had not heard. Sometimes you hear the banter about political biases or one or another. I think the government did a really good job in making sure that it was really pegged to the national identification card. As it related to which communities got first or which areas got first, there was nothing like that. What I can recall is that you had people living with disabilities maybe getting first. You had also senior citizens, which everybody can understand, right? In that regard. But the cash grant offers became a political issue when the recent election happened, right? Where there was offers made,
Surprise.
people were waiting. You understand how these things work. But the issue is that I believe that cash grant that was given is not the panacea. It's not the total solution. What happens when a cash grant is given or people get an extra on what they are used to doing. Some people splurge, some people invest it. The kind of education around, how do you deal with the fact that you're getting a little more than used to, has not happened. The awareness, the sensitization about what could you do with that cash grant. So people are just getting that money and then obviously waiting for the next time. So sustainability, I think, has to be built into things like these. I also believe that a lot of that money can go into universal health care and stuff and that type of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and that's fair. That's entirely fair. And but then no, I'm wondering because here we go, and we're starting to walk through the things on the ground as it is. So when a business is coming into Ghana, and I'm sorry, I have to focus a little bit on the business side of it.
No
When a
problem.
business is coming into Ghana, one of the things that they're looking for is the reliability of service. They want to know what exactly, both from not just utilities now, but they want to know the legislative landscape, how easy it is or how difficult it is to say, open a company, how widespread are the options for company formations, etc., company types. That sort of detail. Walk me through that, because I mean, I do know that, for example, when I was in Ghana, it could have been a bit of a challenge in terms of like electricity reliability, water quality, etc., etc. But walk me through, what is it now?
Yes. Okay. So as it relates to the electricity quality, the blackouts are still there. The issue is that I think with time, the government has been working with the gas to energy project, and that project looks like it is going to come to fruition towards the end of this year into next year, and that promises to give a better service to the local environment as well as investments and businesses coming in as it relates to reliability of electricity. So that is a plan that I know that the government has, and investors are looking forward to that. Water quality has improved significantly from when I got here the first time to now. However, it can still be better and more reliable, right? Especially when it comes to investment. These are things that investors always want to make sure that that happens. Answering your other question regarding setting up in Guyana, I believe that it has become easier to set up here, but it has become more costly. So yes, in 2012, when I registered my business here, it was it was cheaper than what I see right now. However, now I think it is more expensive, but it is easier. So you have now legal minds realizing there's a business opportunity in helping companies to set up. Obviously, you are going to pay per hour for a legal mind getting everything sorted out for you. So where, for example, I think registering my business at that time was $160,000. So let's look at US. That would be about $800. I think right now it has gone to something like almost $1,500. So it has increased. However, all of the issues that I had to deal with, which is like registering the business, getting my tax identification number for the business, getting the your NIS for the business, and getting your company registered with the NIS, all of that can be done for you, obviously at a cost. It is going to be simpler. The Companies Act in Guyana really provides for helping investors, to register their businesses. You also have companies that offer the service of business facilitation, and that also is at a cost. So I believe now it is a lot easier because you can pay for convenience, but it's a little more expensive for the registration. Yes.
Okay, but in terms of the types of companies, it's still just a limited liability companies that it allows for, or it starts now to broaden and deepen the offering.
It's broaden. It's the limited liability companies. That's what's there now. Yes, I haven't seen a lot of well. Even on the joint ventures, you can choose whether you want to do just you want to do whatever type of company. I think now you are not. I think the government is literally encouraging public companies through the stock exchange, that type of thing. But it's not as, say, a Jamaica. The Jamaican environment.
I
it's different.
Understand that. Marky, I must say, as I said, I'm always a little concerned about the Ghana stock market because the information flow is really not.
It's limited. It's limited, but I will also say that there are various initiatives looking at bettering it. I know that the Jamaican Stock Exchange had been in Guyana working with the GCCI to see how that can be that the stock market can change or be different. So I think it's a work in progress.
Well, let's see. All right, let me move on quickly because the other side of it now that we want to look at is the local content, because Guyana, like Trinidad, has local content legislation. However, in Guyana, you are very, very prescriptive. So you say for some sectors, it must be 100% Guyanese, etc., etc., etc. How does this translate on the ground into real economic activity? Is it constituting to be a barrier to entry for foreign firms, or how does this actually work?
Well, Well, the local content legislation speaks to 51% ownership of Guyanese, and 75% of that company has to be Guyanese management. So a lot of the times you hear people flipping it a little bit, but it's 51% Guyanese and 75% of senior management should be Guyanese. So the issue is with the oil and gas industry, because that's the industry that it regulates, there are so many people prospecting, wanting to come in because of the heavy hitters like ExxonMobil, who's here. Then you see quite a number of joint venture activities happening. The government has very categorically spoken, I think about a year or two ago, about fronting. That they want to discourage that, and they will be looking seriously at companies that try to come in fronting, with local Guyanese, and I will say that this is an environment where people are already you have to build trust here, and they already the country is used to having foreign companies coming into sectors, and we know what has happened in the aluminum, in the bauxite industry, etc. So the local people, I think, are very much aware of not being used, right? And so you hear all of the banter online about situations where companies may try to come in and try to get a Guyanese to work with them, like they say, rent a citizen, kind of thing. So that is, I wouldn't say it's not happening, but I say that people are very aware of it. Putting that aside, there are some significant partnerships that has happened in Guyana as it relates to the local, using the local content. The local content secretariat has held companies accountable by reporting. So they have to report every year on, the number of Guyanese that are employed, what percentage of their management is Guyanese, etc., etc. The one thing that I have heard touted quite a bit is the fact that the qualifications and the expertise that are required for some of these companies are not resident locally. Right? And that because of the brain drain in Guyana, what you found is so many people who get qualified move out of Guyana, etc. However, you are seeing an influx of Guyanese from the diaspora coming back home to try to invest and to try to work with companies. That has happened. I wouldn't say it has worked 100%. Because you have some who have gone back to say, look, like you were saying earlier, the infrastructure does not support what I want to do, etc., etc. It is right now, I think it's a bit of a give and take. We have to be able to understand, look, this is home. And so me coming back home would be to invest, yes, but, what amount can I tolerate? And some people are saying, look, I'm not tolerating anything. This is my money. I've worked hard. I've invested, and I expect certain things, which is a fair assumption. Yeah.
No, that's fair, but it's still, I'm curious because the skills gap is known. And the context within which I'm asking this is that you have a number of other Caribbean countries that are looking at the oil exploration, etc. And I'm just wondering, particularly in terms of the oil and gas industry, there is a specific level of expertise that is required. You can't go in there. This is not something you can finesse.
No.
Actually, you know, you don't know. You have trained, they're not trained. And with the obvious skills gap that would obtain, but within the context of the local content legislation, I'm wondering how is that gap being actually bridged on the ground?
There is, in terms of the government policy, especially through the local content secretariat, you do have, for example, the government has a goal project. And Goal is a platform that government offers scholarships for local persons to be trained, and
Okay.
they have partnered with a number of universities around the world to offer training online in various skill sets. And I have seen that the local content secretariat has done quite a bit of work in training and development of youth particularly, and also as a holistic approach, the encouragement of locals to register for some of those programs that are required within the oil and gas has been it started with a bang, and it hasn't stopped. I've heard quite a number of young people apply, got through on a scholarship, and is actually working online with universities. So that is one aspect of it. Another aspect, through diplomatic arrangement, you do find lots of training and development opportunity. For example, the Chevening, you have the Fulbright scholarships, and these are not many scholarships, but what I've realized is in these areas, apparently the diplomatic conversation is to support, the oil and gas industry. So a lot of those programs that are being offered are to support coming back home to support that industry. So you see that as well. Then, in terms of skill development, I have also seen a thrust towards improving the University of Guyana, its skill sets, its offering, and I know that there is a petroleum program that is going on right now at the University of Guyana. So all of these things put together is I think the government's effort towards the skill set. Talking about the Caribbean or the other Caribbean islands, Trinidad is a country has had oil and gas for 100 years, and so the skill sets from Trinidad seems to be also coming through within the oil and gas industry in Guyana. So there are quite a number of Trinidadians here who are working within these industries. You also find that locally, there has always been a little bit of a tiff between the two, the Guyana and Trinidad, and that
No, no,
exists up
no.
to now.
There is no tiff. There's a full-out war in some circumstances. That's not a tiff.
Right? I would say there's an opportunity for technological exchange
Right.
between the two, but it has to be allowed. It has to be
Quite
allowed,
so. Quite
right?
so.
And that's what's happening.
Yeah. No, but you see, when you look at something like this, because yes, the tension between Guyana and Trinidad is there, many years coming from immigration issues. Let's just call it what it is, from the
Yes.
immigration issues. That's what
Yes.
caused the problem. But what I'm looking at is that I'm heartened to hear you say that there is this transfer, intellectual
Yes.
transfer of knowledge,
Yes.
because
Yes.
that will redound to everybody's benefit. But on the other side of it, I'm just wondering, looking, as I said, Trinidad has 100 years experience. What is Ghana doing now, from where you sit, if anything, to confront the possibilities of, and these are basic to all economies and more so to oil economies, short-termism, political patronage, the over-promising, etc., etc. Is there a discipline that is emerging in the political class to treat with those issues, or is it, frankly speaking, business as usual? Is it too soon for this to happen?
It's too soon for us to be able to make a deduction, really, and I'll tell you why. Our Caribbean, I'm talking about all of our Caribbean islands, we know how how politics happens here. You know, when there is an election looming, we hear all of the promises. As far as whether those promises redound to true and real actions, it's another conversation. And so, in as much as we heard the manifestos, and then in Guyana particularly, the manifestos, now the next step is the budget address, which is happening right now. So we are all listening very keenly to hear what are the plans, and more specifically, what are the actions. What we heard is investments into so many of the various sectors within Guyana. We also hear the opposition parties talking about, an infrastructure based budget. That's what they feel that the government is putting forward. But from my own assessment, when you look at oil and gas and look at the development around it, infrastructure has to be a significant part of it, right? We cannot run away from that. However, you have the social issues, right? You have the social issues, you have all of those, you have old age pension, you have all of these things that a society is judged by. So we need to be able, the balance need to be there. I wouldn't jump on a bandwagon to say that it is an infrastructure based budget. What I will, in a very pragmatic way, look at is what is really required to propel the oil and gas industry in Guyana.
Right. No, but it begs the question. No, in terms of the age-old problem we have across the region, implementation deficit, implementation gaps.
That's it.
People make all sorts of promises, they put in place policies, etc., but on the ground, operationally, half the time it doesn't occur.
That's
Are
it.
you seeing much of that?
Yes, the deficit is throughout the Caribbean region, and Guyana is no exception. Where we overpromise and underdeliver. I think it's a time now for us to, for us to flip the coin a bit, and let's stop talking so much and working, and get it done and get things done and get things done through diversity. It doesn't have to be that this is the party and this is who has to do what. All of us coming together, putting our heads together is what's going to cause that action to happen.
All right, we should run out of time, and I have to ask just a couple of quick questions. One,
no problem.
A number of the persons who have contacted this program, have indicated that in Ghana they are having challenges actually getting foreign exchange, which to those outside might sound a bit of a paradox. Here's a country where it's supposed to be awash with oil wealth, but the people on the ground are having challenges with the foreign exchange. Guide me through this.
Well, I think it is also it's part of the love hate of Trinidad Guyana. So apparently what I'm hearing, because I too suffer from that issue of that foreign exchange, I don't understand how you have a US dollar account and you can't get US dollars, which is a weird thing, but it happens. And then in asking what's going on, then I found out that apparently Trinidadian companies are coming to register here in Guyana because there is also that problem in Trinidad, that Trinidad is not able to get US dollars. So basically they have come to register and are able to take out a lot of that US dollar that's happening here. I also found out that because of issues that are happening within with a particular business and the government, then that business did a lot of foreign exchange activity. So therefore that US dollar is not flowing through. because of issues. And I think sometimes we need to really, kind of step aside from our personal issues and vendettas and work in the interest of our economies and our countries,
Indeed. All right. Last question for you. Simple question, hopefully. Over a 10-year period, 10 years to come, 10 years hence, what would you deem to be success in Guyana? In this transition, what would you deem to be the success metric, as it were, vis-a-vis, I suppose, I don't want to call it failure, suboptimal arrangement?
10 years from now, what I would deem to be success is that our children are safe, that our children are educated and understanding the impact of the oil and gas industry, so that they can, as the next generation, they would be safe, they would be trained, educated, and ready to propel. So I want to start from where economies are judged. We're judged by how we treat our children, how we treat our elderly. So elderly care, universal health care, that is what would, in my mind, would tell me that Ghana has been successful, because we would have taken it from there.
All right, fair enough. And that's where we have to end it. So thank you so much, Lindell Danzy Black, Managing Director of Cerulean Inc., for her perspective as we looked at this issue of Guyana. And it's a new frontier, as it were, for investment within the region, and has set a global standard for growth. So thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Yeah, have a good day.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
In a world of constant change, insight is your greatest asset. At Joseph Cox & Associates, we empower innovation across the Caribbean. Whatever your challenge, we can help. We're proudly customer-centric, offering bespoke solutions tailored to every partner. From innovation and digital transformation to leadership and policy, our services are designed to deliver lasting impact. We partner with leaders across sectors, from finance and government to energy, tech, and infrastructure, helping them navigate complexity with confidence. Our work is grounded in collaboration. We connect regional leaders through powerful networks, driving change through joint research. Discover more at josephcox.org. Joseph Cox & Associates. Insight, experience, impact.
Welcome to Market Watch. I'm Joseph Cox. We begin in Bermuda, where inflation eased slightly to 1.9% in August. Retail activity provided real growth, with inflation-adjusted sales volumes up 2.6%, driven mainly by motor vehicles and courier-led imports. In the Bahamas, economic growth moderated to 2.8% in 2025, still above long-term potential and anchored by record tourism arrivals of 12.5 million visitors. Bank lending exceeded $300 million as credit quality improved, with private sector delinquency falling to 5%. Turning to Jamaica, the House of Representatives approved a $14.36 billion fourth supplementary budget, lifting total expenditure for fiscal 25-26 to $1.39 trillion. Of this, $13.4 billion relates directly to hurricane response, bringing total cabinet-approved pre- and post-storm spending to $66.76 billion, including a $24.18 billion loan to JPS to restore electricity. The revised macro outlook now projects a 4.3% GDP contraction in fiscal 25-26, inflation rising by 9.5%, and debt climbing above 68% of GDP. Remittances provided sharp relief, surging 14.2% in November to $281 million. However, vandalism and theft across Jamaica's electricity, water, and telecoms networks are draining at least $350 million annually, pushing up energy costs and compounding fiscal and inflation risks. In Trinidad and Tobago, banking system liquidity is weakening, prompting rating agency Standard & Poor's to flag rising risk. Continuing in Trinidad, cement prices have risen 15%, given retroactive higher natural gas costs from local providers. Across the Eastern Caribbean, Antigua and Barbuda recorded 73% growth with falling debt but widening external deficits, while Barbados faces nearly $600 million in debt servicing in the final quarter of fiscal 25-26. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, debt has surged to 110% of GDP, sharply constraining fiscal space. Finally, Guyana continues to post rapid job creation and wage growth, with unemployment falling 50%, even as acute labor shortages emerge as a binding constraint on expansion. However, average earnings increased by 50 to 100% across most sectors, including construction, up 71%, agriculture up 84%, manufacturing up 57%, and professional services over 100% without triggering high inflation. But before we wrap, here's a quick look at regional currencies and market performance. CARICOM exchange rates remain broadly stable, with the Bahamas, Barbados, and Belize maintaining their long-standing pegs, while Jamaica trades at $157.14 to the US dollar, Trinidad at $6.80, Suriname at $38.08, and Ghana at $2.18. Haiti's gourd trades at $131.56. On the equities side, Caribbean markets were mixed. The JSE index advanced 1.21% to 361 points, and Trinidad's all TNT index increased by 0.21%. BISX and BSX slipped by 0.25 and 0.21% respectively, while the BSC and the ECSC traded firm. Caribbean Exchange Index declined by 0.28%. Top performers included PBS Limited, 10.5% preference, up 12.8%, and TNT NGL up 12.5%. The biggest declines came from Mayberry Jamaica Equities and Palace Amusement, down 18.5% and 13.7% respectively. Now that's it for your Market Watch. I'm Joseph Cox. Global Pulse is up next. This is CBR. Welcome to Global Pulse. I'm Joseph Cox. We begin in the U.S., where policymakers are leaning on admin measures to manage persistent labor shortages. Washington will issue nearly 65,000 supplemental H-2B visas in fiscal year 26 to ease acute gaps in seasonal and service industries. In the United Kingdom, manufacturing returned to expansion in January, with the PMI rising to 51.8, its strongest reading since mid-2024. Export orders grew for the first time in 4 years, supported by firmer demand from Europe, the United States, and China. Still, inflation remains elevated at 3.4%. Globally, inflation risks are quietly rebuilding through logistics. New survey data shows shipping and freight costs rising sharply, with Asia to U.S. West Coast rates up nearly 30%, and 1 in 5 firms reporting double-digit logistics cost increases. Canada illustrates how powerful global price transmission remains. Bank of Canada research shows that nearly all food inflation in 2025 stemmed from imported costs rather than domestic demand. Weather shocks, tariffs, and currency weakness pushed up prices for essentials, disproportionately affecting lower-income households. Canada's labour market also sent mixed signals in January. The economy lost 25,000 jobs, mainly in part-time work and manufacturing, yet the unemployment rate eased to 6.5% as labour force participation declined amid slower population growth and an aging workforce. Job losses were concentrated in Ontario, while Alberta and Saskatchewan added jobs. Wage growth held at 3.3% year-on-year. In Europe, growth held at a modest 0.3% in the fourth quarter, but momentum remains uneven. France recorded its lowest inflation in 5 years, pulling euro area inflation below 2% overall. At the same time, banks tightened credit standards, clouding the investment outlook despite earlier ECB rate cuts. Labour markets remain a stabilizer, with the euro area unemployment edging down to 6.2% and youth joblessness improving. In Asia, divergence is widening. Taiwan posted its fastest growth in 15 years, driven by AI and semiconductor exports, while China entered 2026 with weakening domestic momentum and rising pressure for earlier monetary easing. And finally, Russia's oil revenues have fallen to a 5-year low, squeezed by sanctions, deeper export discounts, and prices well below budget assumptions, a growing fiscal vulnerability as geopolitical risks persist. Turning to the global commodity and stock markets, oil prices firmed modestly, with West Texas Intermediate at $63.55, up 0.4%, Brent at $68.05, gaining 0.7%, while the OPEC basket jumped 2.6% to $66.65, signaling tighter near-term supply expectations. Natural gas slipped 2.5% to $3.42. Equity markets were broadly higher. In the U.S., the Dow surged 2.5%, the S&P 500 rose nearly 2%, and the Nasdaq gained just over 2.1%. Europe followed with the DAX up 0.9% and the FTSE 100 adding 0.6%, while Hong Kong lagged with the Hang Seng down 1.2%. Now that's it for Global Pulse. I'm Joseph Cox. This is CBR. Well, that's a wrap on episode 5, season 3 of the Caribbean Business Review. Thank you so much to our loyal audience across MKR Radio and all digital platforms for your continued support. As always, we live by our mantra that knowledge is strength, but information is power. Our very special thanks to Lindell Danzy Black, Managing Director, Cerulean Inc., and Regional Leadership Strategist, who guided us on how Guyana's oil fuel growth is reshaping the economy. Testing Institute.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.
Welcome back to Rebel Radio, and it's time for Workers' Time. Yes, this is where we spend time on Mondays looking at what is happening at the workplace. Yes, how are the workers coping with the situation? And I have with me this evening the General Secretary of the Household Helpers Association, Ms. Cheryl Price, and Dr. Vanessa Kiffin of the Public Dental Association. Good evening, ladies.
Good evening, how are you?
Well,
good evening, listeners.
Good
evening, good evening to all. Thank you for having me.
I am supposed.
One correction below Mr. Richards.
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
If I can make a correction here. It is the Jamaica Household Workers Union.
Jamaica Household Workers Union.
Jamaica Household Workers Union.
Okay, thank you for that correction there.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, and let me start the discussion with you, because you know, that is one section of the workforce who we don't hear much about, and I am wondering what is happening with your members. How are they coping? Tell us.
Well, for us at the Jamaica Household Worker Union, you know, we are a survivor. We have been knocked down times and times again. COVID, then the hurricane year before last, and then Melissa last year. You know, domestic workers are already struggling. And most of them in the last hurricane before Melissa have lost property, job, livestock, all. And then Melissa came and even pushed them further down. They were just bouncing back with Melissa. So now, you know, they're out cold, most domestic workers. We have 7,238 domestic workers registered with the organization.
7,000?
While we have
7,000?
Yes.
Okay.
238 registered members.
Wow.
Whilst we have an estimated 100,000 domestic workers island-wide.
Yes.
A minimum amount of registered members. Also, we have 14 chapters across the island. And some parish have 2, some have 1, some have 1.
Yes. Okay.
Struggling. Some have lost their houses. Some all that damage. Some lost livestock. So it's a struggle. Some lost their jobs because employers also struggling.
Yes.
And that damage too. So I remember one domestic worker said to me that Shirley, me and my employer in the same shelter. They in St. Elizabeth, both of them were in the same shelter. So the employer lost her house, she lost her house and lost her job.
Yes.
You know, so it's a struggle, but we are trying to see how we can cope as an organization, how we can mobilize resources to work with them and to see how we can help them. We have been in the pipe since the hurricane. Almost every weekend we have been in different places. Every Saturday and Sunday we are in different places, reaching out to our domestic worker after our assessment.
Yes.
You know, we go in with food stuff, tarpaulin, zinc, board, doors, toolkits, payday. We have been doing some payday. So just about all we can get to, we try to register them through the labor portal. That never went so well because it most times it's down and it closed off so quickly. You know, so I don't think even most of them even register to get help.
Yes.
But we are fighting. You know, we have to stand as women. We have to stand together
and stand tall and fight and see how we can bounce back better.
Right.
So that's what we are here doing. But we support them as much as we can, and we have to give God thanks because we got a lot of support from local, regional, and international help.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. So yes.
Yes, that is good. But I can recall I think it was last year or the year before, there was some issues with salaries. Now, what salaries are paid to household helpers? Is the minimum wage, right?
No, people pay above the minimum wage.
Okay.
Very rare you will hear a domestic worker say they're getting minimum wage. A matter of fact, it's a very long time. Until yesterday was the first time I heard a domestic worker complain about the minimum wage.
Yes.
They got above minimum wage up to $25,000 per week.
Okay.
Domestic worker will get. Some employers who can afford it, some can't. But what is that right now, Mr. Richard, is that most domestic workers are going for days work. Because days work you get a $7,000 or $8,000 per day.
Yes.
And sometimes they get a 2 or 3 days. So it helps them better than the living or the weekly work. So they most of them going for the days work now, which pays them better. So we have to be talking to them saying with the days work there's no benefit.
Yes.
So so you have to be careful going to get some big money part time and then you don't have any benefits. So this is how we're coaching you to say that just settle for you live here or you live out work where you can get some benefit,
Yes. Okay. Yes. So as you said that you are trying to assist your members who are victims of the Hurricane Melissa. And as you point out, that many of them have lost their houses and their jobs. So I know it is a difficult time. Yes.
It's a very difficult time for them. And the thing, they just started to rebuild from the prior hurricane, so now it's kind of it's a double work for them.
Yes.
And it's not just domestic workers, but as you know, they are at the bottom of the table, so they struggle more.
Okay. And,
they struggle more,
Yeah. And what would you say? What would you say are some of the issues facing the domestic workers?
Long working condition. Long work. That's one of the most crucial one. Long working condition and the occupational health and safety. If they get injured on the job, there's nothing to cover them. They're not being compensated. So that's a challenge.
Yes.
When you come on to working condition, it has improved since they also work on the watchdog.
Yes.
So there is a lot of improvement in the working conditions. There's still problems, but it's not as before. Not as before, so because as long as the domestic worker reach out to the union, we intervene, and most of the employers they themselves don't know the laws that protect domestic workers. So when you intervene and you talk to them, they got a changes. And I can speak for one employer. We had a workshop with employers. How we have been meeting with employers and employees alike, and educate both parties. And one employer said to me that when we were telling them about the laws, the same laws cover other workers, cover domestic workers also. She was saying, what? Really? I said, yeah. So when we started naming the laws, then that the same thing covers domestic workers. They didn't know.
Okay.
And then even leave. That leave. She said she didn't get a domestic worker leave. She take a day shift, she take it out of her pay.
Yes.
So when after that, she said that she has to go back and to look and see how much leave, because she was working with her for a while,
Yes.
So she's gonna look and see, calculate her leave and pay her.
Yes.
And she did that because the also worker came. She encouraged her to come register with us. She came, she registered with us, and she told us that the employer, calculate all of her leave that she should have gotten and pay her up. So, these sessions are very important to educate employers and educate domestic workers alike in what is they just need to know the right thing to do.
Okay. Yeah. Let me hear from Dr. Kiffin. Dr. Kiffin, what is happening to your hard-working members?
Yes. So where we're at currently is we're still awaiting the implementation of our agreement with the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Yes.
We had a silent agreement with them as of October 8, 2024. I go through the list. There are 6 items, and we have not seen where any of the 6 have been implemented. They've been particularly slow. So one of them is the employment
By the way, hold on, Dr.
registered dental.
Dr. Kiffin, you have me on speakerphone?
I don't. Are you not hearing me well?
Oh, no, there's a disturbance. Anyway, go ahead. Continue.
Is it a bit better now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good.
Yes.
So I was going to the list to tell you what the agreement was, what the items on the agreement are, and one of them relates to converting all level 2 interns into registered dental surgeons, because that is an anomaly between the public sector and the private sector. If that surgeon or that intern too was to leave the public service, they would immediately be able, even without leaving, they're eligible because they're duly registered under the Dental Act and regulations of 1972 and 1974 respectively. They would open their own private practice. So we said it doesn't really make sense. It's not encouraging for them to remain in government and stay on in government if it is that they have less authority in the public service. Yes. So they were supposed to do that. I know that Southeast region has converted 1 or 2 persons, but by and large, it has not been implemented across the nation. Additionally, there's supposed to be an adjustment in terms of salary for those at the intern, and that also has not been implemented. Based on our law as well, no such thing as locum interns, and we have continued to practice employing interns at the locum level. Right? So those are the top 3. The 4th item is conversion from fixed term contracts. We have too many persons. As a reminder, 70% of the group, which is only about 120 of us in the public service based on the lack of posts available. So about 70% of that number were on contracts, and the conversion, the post numbers have arrived, I believe, and those who were able to be converted were, but there is still a surplus. I was talking to a member today who is in Hanover, and she is still on contract. contract. They have her on temporary employment is the term that they're using. And the concern is that it is a 1-year contract. Essentially, and as you know, you're not eligible to get gratuity unless you're on a 2 years or 3 years contract or above.
Yes.
So we're very concerned because you're on pension and you're unable to get any gratuity, and some persons have this arrangement in place since for over 2 years now. So that is a concern for us. Additionally, we have some other items outstanding relating to the DS5 level, which is at the head of the regional health authorities, and in looking at the dental structure on a whole for better governance and so on. So we've not moved on to item 5 or item 6 because we're awaiting the implementation of 1 to 4.
Right.
And that it has to do both with Ministry of Health and Ministry of Finance. So Ministry of Finance is supposed to send over the posts, create the posts, which I believe is an administrative function that shouldn't take 2 years. We're approaching the 2nd year since the agreement now, and Ministry of Health to actually implement. So we're hoping to meet with the Ministry of Health in February here. We have a meeting with them on the 25th. And so we're hoping to get some clarity and some resolution implemented.
Yeah. So have the Ministry of Health indicated why it is taking so long to implement this agreement?
I remember having a more informal conversation with corporate services branch of the Ministry of Health. They said to me that the creation of posts is not as simple, and that is probably what is holding up the process. I'm not entirely sure how much stock I need to be putting in that. I don't know how difficult it can be to create the posts, but it can't be something that can take 2 years. Certainly not if it is that the compensation review was for improved efficiency and accountability.
Yes. And those are the issues that we spoke about over the years. Like manpower shortage, equipment.
Yes.
Have they been addressed?
Yeah. Well, the creation of posts was supposed to increase the manpower by, not by much, not as much as we need to see, but certainly understand that kind of delay, because as you can imagine, increasing the manpower will also be hinged upon facilities. Are there actual dental clinics for them to work in? And so we can kind of see where that can take some time and some implementation, but by and large, no. And like I said, the 1 to 3 items are hinged on the manpower situation. So until that is implemented, we're not going to see much in terms of increase. What we're also concerned about is the internship for the graduates of 2024, 2025 and upcoming 2026, because what has been done so far, so that the persons who were in the public service as at October 8, 2024 when we signed the agreement, so that we've not lost them and they've been left unemployed after their annual contract came to an end. Internship is typically 1 year. So because we didn't want that, they have extended their internship contracts. But what that means is that we're not able to intake any new graduates either. So that has kind of caused a bottleneck of some sort as well.
Yes, yes. So, and I can also imagine that the equipment situation has not been addressed either.
No, not at all, not at all. And in fact, I was working in St. Elizabeth when you and I first got to know each other. And now I am working in Kingston and St. Andrew, and I must say that, you would think in the urban areas, the equipment and infrastructure would be more developed. But unfortunately, I have to say, it is not so, to my dismay and disappointment. So that is a grievous issue. I understand there are some budgetary restraints that have been put in place since 2024. Maybe last year, I think there was, by and large, a budget freeze of some sort where on assets. So meaning if the air conditioning unit or the compressor that we use to do our fillings and cleanings and other surgical procedures and the suction unit is down, then we're limited in terms of the services that we can provide. As you know, dentistry is by and large a surgical profession, and it is the only surgical discipline in primary care, meaning at the health center level. So without the necessary equipment, we're unable to actually do much, beyond examinations and maybe doing for children and so on.
Yes.
So that is still has not been addressed, and I'm disappointed to say that I'm not seeing as much interest from the regional health authorities in solving that issue. Naturally, we understand with the hurricanes and the destruction of the Black River Hospital, and therefore the other surrounding hospitals had to pick up the slack there. We can understand why right now it's not a focus, but it doesn't explain previously, in terms of 2024, early 2025, why nothing was done about that to fix the equipment and get the facilities up and running so that we can serve the public. And I remind you and your listeners that oral health is an integral part of our overall health. With poor oral health, we're 2 times as likely to suffer from diabetes, 2 times as likely to have a heart attack, right? We can have some pulmonary diseases, some lung diseases, so on. So it is not attractive, or maybe not attractive is not the word I'm looking for here, but it's not something that people readily think about to say, okay, if it is that I want to live a long life, I need to make sure that my mouth is in good health. Yeah. But it does have that kind of severe implications and consequences if our oral health is in a poor state.
Yes. And remind me now, that program that was launched by the Minister of Health, I think it was in 2023. Yes.
Yes.
Remind me the name of that program again.
Second Chance Smile.
Second Chance Smile. How is that going, Dr. Kiffin?
Not going well at all. In many places it's not going. We just don't have the budgetary support. Yeah. Before we can do any dentures for anyone, we need to ensure that the mouth is in a state to receive such care. Doesn't make any sense to put denture in the mouth and your teeth are shaking and falling out at the same time. Yeah. Doesn't make sense we do that and you have, broken off teeth in the mouth or very bad gum disease and everything. We have to do our pre-prosthetic work to get the mouth in a sanitary condition so that we can do the dentures, and so that once upon receiving the dentures, you're not continuing to lose teeth. No, like we just discussed, the facilities by and large are not in a state to carry out the necessary procedures. Furthermore, there is no budgetary allocation, meaning we need a technician to build a dental technician stump to build the prostheses themselves, to build the dentures. And what I'm understanding is that the offer from the government is too low for the kind of work that would be required and to pay these technicians. So there is that issue as well, compounded with the equipment and the lack of budgetary support in the regional health authorities and at the health department level.
Wow, that it is clear that that department is not receiving the adequate attention at all, and as you pointed out, it is of so much importance that it requires some urgent attention. Just both of you, I want both of you to just hold it for me while we take a break. This is Rebel Radio. We are on Workers' Time. Let us take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hard
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, energy that lights the sky.
JPS, power in what matters.
Welcome back to Rebel Radio. We are on Workers' Time, talking with Miss Shirley Price of the Jamaica Household Workers Union, Dr. Vanessa Kiffin of the Public Dental Association, and we have been joined by Miss Joan Peters, who is president of the Antigua Barbuda Public Service Union. Good evening, Ms. Peters.
Good evening to my colleagues.
Yes.
Good evening, Ms. Peters.
As you join us, Ms. Peters, could you just bring us up to date? How are things going with your members there in Antigua?
Well, we always have challenges.
Yes.
And we just have to learn to work and iron out the kinks and iron out the creases that are there. And so we are working hard at getting better working conditions for the workers.
Yes, I see. As it relates to what are some of the main issues now affecting your members, the workers?
Sick building.
Wow. Yes. I guess.
Sick building.
Yes. And what is being done to address that?
A lot of offices closed at midday.
Oh my. Yes.
And I tell them, I tell them you can't. Whether you work half a day or work whole day, it doesn't matter. Whatever is happening is still happening. That doesn't, it don't stop from 8 until 12, and then it continues from 12 until whenever you come back. Right? So I am not for the half a day working, and I am for you fixing the situation and getting it better.
And so, is the government taking steps to fix those buildings?
Well, what should I say? They change some, and some don't change.
Yes.
Some, as I tell you, work for half a day.
Yes. I see.
Right? Because a lot of the buildings are rented buildings, and the people say they're not getting paid for the buildings, so they're not fixing them.
Oh.
And government, don't like to pay.
Yes.
I sure that's a household thing all over the Caribbean.
Yes, miss, that is not good at all for the health of the workers. Workers certainly can't work in those areas. Yes.
Yeah.
And as it relates to wages, when is the next round of negotiation for salary increases for wages?
We're currently in a round of negotiation at the moment. We signed off our last collective agreement, and we are negotiating 24 to 26. 2024 to 2026.
Yes.
So we are presently in that negotiation right now.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So, generally then, how do you describe the situation facing your members in Antigua and Barbuda?
I would say for the most part, the unions are working with the government in terms of getting things to where they are or where they should be. And so members are not going to be happy, but you have to work with the situation that you have at hand.
Yes.
If you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, yes, I understand.
Right?
Yes.
The thing is that, government stories, they don't have money. So you have to force their hand in order for them to do something about it.
Yes. Okay. And I can imagine that always cost of living in Antigua these days.
Cost of living is high. Cost of living is high. The things that you used to pay $200 for, you're probably paying $500.
Yes. All right.
For the same amount of food. That you used to pay $200, you might be paying $500.
Yes.
Or for high. You know that way? It's basically cost of living has gone up tremendously.
So,
and so that's why you have to negotiate a good living wage.
Yes.
Not just a wage hike or a salary hike. A living something that is livable.
Right. Okay. And so far the government has responded positively to the negotiation so far?
So far, things are going okay. So far, things are going okay. I would like to beat with a little more speed, but you have to work with it.
All right. Well, let us see how things are going to work out. Because, one of the issues when I talk to people around the Caribbean, one of the issues they are facing with, just like we in Jamaica, the high cost of living, and wages are not keeping a pace with the cost.
Wages are not keeping up to the pace of cost of living.
No, that is not happening at all. So the workers,
right now the government said they're trying to bring down fruits and vegetables. So they're taking out some of the taxes that are on them.
Right.
So you're able to do a little more with your fruits and your vegetable.
Okay. Yes.
You're able to do a little better.
Yeah. Well, let me just hear from Miss Price again. So, Miss Price, from where you sit now, what are some of the improvements that you would like to see for your members?
Well, as Ms. Peter has just said, what we are looking at, and we have been asking for that, living wage. Because all it right across the world, I think we're all looking and asking for that. Because I advocate globally, not just locally.
Yes.
And that's what we're fighting for as well. Living wage for domestic workers. Because domestic workers most time leave behind. And minimum wage, in some places cannot carry even a family of four. But but we are looking forward to the increase shortly, because remember last year when election year, he said we'll get increase again this year, so we're looking forward to it. So as the minimum wage increase, we're looking forward to see if the employer will increase, put on some money and the workers pay. The next thing that we are pushing for is the occupational health and safety bill. This has been there for over 20 years. Still lingering and no conclusion. Just recently we heard that it has moved and gone to the next stage. So we are waiting and clamoring to see the changes in that. The next one is the ratification of the Convention 190, which is the elimination of violence and harassment in the workplace. Because as you know, that the laws are in place now. The laws was not in place before for the ratification, but now the laws are in place. And we are waiting. We have sent several letters, and we had meetings with the Prime Minister and with the persons who should push for the ratification. To date, they are still waiting, and the occasional the bill, as I was told, to push the Convention 190, and we have been fighting for that. Because as you know, domestic workers are the most vulnerable to violence and harassment in the workplace.
Yes.
We are very strongly advocating for that. We will be celebrating our 35 years, March 15.
Yes.
And we are seeking courtesy calls from the Prime Minister, the Minister of Labour, the Minister of Gender, who are the parties that are directly responsible for pushing and the ratification of that convention. So that's one of the items we have to say. International Women's Month, which is March,
yes,
we can get some traction or some movement into that. I to hear something to say, hey, yes, we are moving here, we are moving there, so we can follow up. But we are aggressively pushing for that laws to be in place, because it's the only law in the 100 years or 100 now of the International Labour Organization that fits everybody. It's not specific like you have the Marine Convention, you have the Domestic Worker Convention, you have the Convention of the child and the children and all that. No, you have this convention is for everybody. Senior citizens, women, men, it covers everybody, and it is very important that this convention be ratified. And Antigua ratified, and most of the Caribbean islands don't ratify that convention. And I don't know why Jamaica is lagging behind, but we are still pushing to get that convention ratified, because I remember we have a domestic worker organization in Antigua, and we went there and meet with the Minister of Labor to get that convention to push and to get ratification, and it was done. You know, and also that, so we hope our government follow suit in the other, like the other islands, and to ratify that convention. We're also pushing for the Also Worker Training Institute. So we have training also worker across the island train. It don't make sense to have somebody will call you and say, I'm looking for a trained domestic worker. How are we going to train them? We don't have the resources.
Yes.
How is that a fit? Because domestic worker will have to go to school in the day. And then they're at work. Doesn't accommodate them in the night. So we set up our Also Worker Training Institute for our members, for not members alone, for domestic worker.
Yes.
For domestic worker. So we have been having a lot of training here at our office, but the problem we are having, we don't have a space to have the practical. So we just have only theory right now. And they don't pay for it because we get sponsors coming in to help us to pay the fees for them. So domestic workers are more empowered than before because they're learning to negotiate on their own. They just finished us or training, also housekeeping training at UTech. 35 of them. They just finished one that the ILO put on with the Ministry of Labor. At the University of the West Indies, in negotiation and all of that, just finished with I think 37 domestic workers. We have been having customer service, mill rights, and all those training with them, public speaking, and all of that here, right, and the ground of the office for Ellis May Road. Right. Because if you when you have an educated nation, you can only move forward. You can't have domestic workers left behind and don't know their rights and don't know how to negotiate and don't know how to spend their money. So have them educated in all those areas, holistic way, so they can speak for themselves. They can go out and know how to advocate for themselves. We're not going to be here to do it for them all the time.
Right.
So we are empowering them how to do it for themselves. So these are some of the things that we are pushing right now from the Household Workers Union.
Okay. That sounds a lot. You're really making an effort to improve the
we're doing a lot of work.
Yes, yes, indeed. And therefore,
Quality of life. And we also, sorry, Mr. Richard, we also have a program that we call Alternate Livelihood. Because from COVID came in when domestic worker was being sent home without pay and all of that. We set up some resources that we got from funders to say, we give domestic worker a start in life, to do business. So we call it alternate livelihood. So even in this hurricane here, this is what some of them have to work back on. So then we go out and some of them selling downtown, some of them selling like soft furnishing, some of them do chicken, eggs and all of that. So they have a second income.
Yes.
Coming in. So they are domestic workers, but some of them are business women and men also. Because we also cater for gardeners.
Okay.
And have them in the organization as well.
Okay.
Because we buy the whole equipment, give the gardeners to do the lawn, and some of them even get contract from hotel in St. Anne to do the lawns there, yeah.
Okay.
So we are doing well. We just need helping the people to come in and to support the organization. We have some sponsors which are very, very dedicated to us, which we are so thankful for. But we need people to come in and to come and help the Jamaica Household Worker Union to move it forward, because everybody in Jamaica needs a domestic worker. And when they're calling me. They want the best domestic worker.
Yes.
How we get the best domestic worker? We don't have them trained. We have to have them educated.
Yes.
So they can come and do your work and do it to the best of their ability.
Okay. All right. Well, that's very good news from you, Miss Price. Very good news. Dr. Kiffin, what is your final comment? Are you?
Yes. Thank you so much. It was a joy listening to both my the other speakers as well. Yeah. Yes. What I would say is certainly I'm looking forward to a Jamaica that is not difficult. I suppose, by and large, the Caribbean, that exchanges in terms of work-ons, like it will be easier to get to a Trinidad, Antigua, and a Dominica to work than it is to do so in the US or go to the UK and so on, and that it is something that we would all want to do versus we're not earning, and therefore we have to seek a so-called first world country to work in. Certainly the cost of living continues to increase. It doesn't seem to get better at all. In fact, I believe we have seen over these few decades the widening of the middle class, and while also observing a greater distance between the earning potential of the 1% and the middle class as well. So there is a greater distance between what we earn, and then the middle class is extended as well to maybe soon minimum wage is going to be a part of what is called middle class as well. So these are some very serious concerns. As a health professional and as an oral health professional, I'm looking forward to when the health ministry will have oral health as a vigorous part of its agenda, when it is that we will be looking into prevention, because it's always better than cure, more so than the curative aspect of our resources. I think we tend to give out our resources, and we have to, right? Because people are sick and they need the service and the care. But we would like to see a bit more urgency with regarding the preventative aspect of healthcare, and in that we also have our oral health concerns to mitigate, right? So when we do a bit more prevention, we'll see less people being sick and so on and so forth as well. And a big part of that is persons doing well socially and fiscally. So we're hoping to resolve our concerns very soon with the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Health, but I echo the sentiments of speakers earlier when it's going a bit too slow for my liking.
Okay, all right. Miss Peters, what are your final comments?
My final comment is that I hope that we can be a better Caribbean and better working conditions for workers.
Okay, all right. Miss Price?
Yes, the same thing for us here. And you know, I offer the same sentiment as the other ladies that said that things is going too slow for us. We want more. Yes, we don't want domestic workers to be left behind. Care for those who care for you. Domestic workers care for everybody else. Care for them.
Yes.
Give them, yes, give them the proper pay. Give them, put the laws in place to protect them. You know, this is all we're asking for. We are begging, you know, it's rightly due to us. Okay. We are begging for it. It's due to us.
Yes.
And that's all we are saying. Care for those who care for you. Care can't wait. Yes. Care is now. I just want to leave the Jamaica household worker number so people can call in if they need a domestic worker, if they need domestic worker need help with the issues on the job or anything, they can reach out to us.
Yes, go ahead.
So it is 876
yes.
397 9664. That's 876
yes.
876 397 9664.
9664. Okay.
Yes, 397 9664. And our office is at 4S Main Road, right across Pavilion.
Right.
Right on the Industrial Dispute Tribunal building.
Okay. All right.
So you can reach us anytime. We are here for you, domestic workers. Come out and join the organization. We are here for you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Richard. And thank you, ladies. It was nice meeting you at the line.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
It was my pleasure. And remember that this is workers' time. This is where we look at what is happening to our workers. So remember that we are going to call back. We are to continue this discussion. Thank you very much, ladies. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Yes, that was workers' time here with this Cheryl Price of the General Secretary of the Jamaica Household Workers Union. Yes, we are the President of the Antigua Barbuda Public Service, there Miss Joan Peters, and Dr. Vanessa Kiffin of the Public Dental Association. Well, that's the end of, that's the end of our show for today. But as you know, this is where we look at what is happening at the workplace on a weekly basis, because this is at Rebel Radio. We have to pay attention to what is happening at the workplace. We definitely must take care of our workers. Yes. We will continue, as I said, to pay attention to what is happening with our workers, because we have to ensure that our workers are taken care of. And in Jamaica, that is one of the issues that we face. Yes, the workers, the interests of the workers. Yes. Right now we know that we are also waiting to see what is happening to the public sector workers in Jamaica. We know that they are awaiting some call from the government for meetings. Yes. So we are watching to see what is going to come out of that. And as you know, there are so many issues facing the workers right now, many of whom were affected by Hurricane Melissa. But to be continued, let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Park Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all, there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.
Live. Look for the chat box on the side or bottom of the video player. This is where you can type your message. Click inside the chat box and use your keyboard to type out what you want to say. You can type words, use emojis, or even ask questions. Once you've typed your message, press the enter key on your keyboard or click the send button.
Three months on, and there are many who have been assisted, moving on with their lives, yet there are many still hurting, homeless, without a roof. Business is still down from Melissa's Category 5 blow. One of the key ministries in the recovery is the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. How are we doing by those thousands of victims, especially those who lost their house or had damage to their shelter? Minister Colonel Charles, Minister of Labor and Social Security, is one of the key ministries in the recovery. We thank Mr. Charles for joining us. But before we bring him on, thank you all for joining us today on this, the 196th episode of the Frankly Speaking Jamaica podcast. As ever, we invite your comments and queries during the show. Please place them on the channel in the space provided as instructed at the start of the program. Welcome to regular panelists Desmond Richards and Winnie Anderson Brown. Welcome, Minister. Glad you could join us. Minister, we want to start. Is he with us? I think we are getting him in there. And just reminding us to encourage you to subscribe.
I'm not hearing.
We're waiting on the minister. We think we have a good show for you. If you're just joining us. We had him up a minute or so ago, but we'll get him back in a few seconds on video. This one. What's your sense of what's happening with regard to, I'll wait on Minister, with regard to the recovery?
Half year that there are still many persons who have not seen anyone They are, in other words, they are not registered. The situation continue to be very, you know.
So let's get the man. Thank you, Desmond. Let's get the man who is in charge of it all. Minister, welcome and thank you. Thank you. I know you had a very busy afternoon, but you put aside this little period for us, and we appreciate it. You hearing us, Minister? Did we lose him there for a second? Did we lose him there? Minister, you hearing me? Minister, you hearing me? You need to unmute. Unmute, Minister. Unmute. Ah, good. Minister, are you hearing me now?
Not sure if you're hearing, but I'm not hearing.
You're not hearing me? He's unmuted and he's not hearing me. Mr. Desmond was hearing me. You're hearing me now, Minister? Yes.
I'm not hearing you at all.
Oh, wow. Wow. Don't know what's that part of it. Desmond, you can ask the Minister the same question you were telling me about. Let's see if he can hear you.
Hello, Minister.
How are you, Mr. Richards? I'm hearing you.
Okay. By the way, my first question to you is that I am more accustomed to your dad. How is your dad?
He's good. He's good, you know. He got that bad flu, so he was a little down for a while, but he's back up and running now.
Okay. Yes.
Feeling much better.
Okay, that's good. I am glad to hear that Pernell Senior is alive and well.
Yes,
anyway, yes. Now, Minister, one of my findings is that there are still many people in rural areas who, when I talk to them, they say they are not registered, they have not seen anyone, they have not seen their MP, they are not seen officials. Now tell me, how is the registration? Are you satisfied with the registration process? And how is it going? You heard me?
Not hearing him now.
No. Something is not right.
Let me come off and get back to you.
Yeah.
Desmond?
Are you hearing me, Franklin? Franklin, are you hearing me? I'm not hearing him either.
Today. Don't know what has happened. You're still not hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you now.
Okay.
Are you hearing me?
Yes. Viewers, listeners, we're having a few little issues. We don't even know why we're having these issues, but we're having a few issues. Desmond, you can hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you clearly.
And so your argument was, and that your line you were putting to the minister is that many people you know have not been registered. Many people you know have not been registered and have not been reached. Okay.
No.
Right. So we are hoping.
Yeah, the minister should be back shortly. Right?
Okay.
Yes.
And our apologies again because we don't know what happened. But Desmond, one of the things that we found is that there are people, and Hanover was our case study area. There are people down there who have, it's not true to say they haven't seen anybody or they haven't seen the social workers. They have seen them, but they have not got benefits.
Yeah. Okay.
They are going through a procedure. So what one of the first things I wanted to ask the minister is, how far is the recovery process now? How far is it gone? How many people have been reached? How many people have been left back out of it? But we're having great difficulties viewers, listeners, in linking up back with the minister.
Wow. Yes,
Very
that is
difficult. Very difficulties. And I'm not even seeing him on right now.
no. He came off and said he would be back, right?
Yes. So Desmond, what would you be expecting at this stage now of the process? What would you be expecting at this stage?
Well, my expectation right now is that the people should start getting some assistance to fix their shelters. As you are aware, the government announced a $10 billion program to assist victims.
Yes.
And I am not sure. I want to ask the minister. I think it should have started at the end of January or at the end of February, right? I'm not too certain. But I expect that program to roll out so that people can get some assistance to repair their roofs. So that is the main issue affecting people right now, you know, that is shelter, right? Yes, they will take some care packages still, but their main contention now is to get their roof repaired. That is what I find.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, and I suspect that Joshua is trying to get the minister. But one of the things that is of concern to me, Desmond, is that in a way, because there's so many things around to be dealt with and things are moving so fast in current affairs and so on, it seems that we have sort of forgotten the people who suffered a lot of loss, and we don't quite understand what it is to lose your house. And so a lot of people don't seem to care too much about that. Is that your perception?
Well, you know, in Jamaica, we have a tendency for this 9-day wonder. And you know, the hurricane was from the 28th of October last year. And yes, I know that some people have taken the interest of the victims. Some people may have, put that off their radar right now. But I hope, I am not in a position to say that the official dam is not treating it with urgency. As you know, one of the things that we anticipated, that the movement is slow, the progress is slow. Whatever the government is doing to assist, it is slow, right? But based on their pronouncements,
and that again is relative, isn't it, Desmond? I mean, one of the things is I'd love to get a sense of, as I said earlier, where they've reached, how many people have been reached. You know, it's not like on the electricity, we have been told that's 94%. That's what I want to get, some data about where we have reached, because the people are all over the place. Even if you go to a parish, even if you go to somewhere like Westmoreland, or you go to Hanover, you are in a particular area, the people with the reach would be like the Ministry of Social Security, the parish council, poor relief department, and so on. So it's very difficult for us to get a sense of where we are in dealing with these issues.
Yes, of course. But one thing we know, Franklin, is that there are still thousands of Jamaicans out there who are in need, right? That is a fact.
Okay. All right. We're still having trouble connecting to the minister. We don't know what it is. Minister is here again. Minister?
Yes. Yes.
You're hearing me now?
I'm hearing you loud and clear.
All right, thank you. Well, I don't know what happened, but thank you for persevering and getting back on. And so the first thing we really wanted to ask you is, how far are we in the recovery with regard to people who lost houses or roofs or so? How far are we in the recovery with that?
Well, how far we are depends on what measure you're looking on, but we're gone a far way in that we have done more than 90,000 assessments. And when we started, our projection in terms of the households that we would need to assess was around 90,000. So most, if not all, persons have been assessed by now or visiting.
90,000 assessments.
More than 90,000. We've surpassed 90,000 household assessments, meaning we have gone to 90,000 households and we have interviewed occupants about the assets, about the damage, about their livelihood, and all of the things that we asked for. We've taken pictures, GPS location, and all of that for more than 90,000. Now,
and here is the rub, Minister. Here's the rub. Because you have gone to them doesn't mean that they have they're getting any relief yet. You have gone.
So permit me to finish, and then you can jump back.
Okay.
In. All right. So we have done more than 90,000 assessments, and the assessments are the first step before we can provide any relief, because there are many persons who will tell you that nobody has come, they've never been assessed, and it's not true. Matter of fact, we went out yesterday, a team of ours, and 15 different families told them that they have never been assessed. And when they checked, all 15 were assessed before. So what we anticipate that at this stage, because there's money involved, there are many persons who will say that they're not assessed because they're hoping to have a duplication of the assessment for their one household. But because we're using a digital format, it allows us very quickly to eliminate that, or at least to lessen that. In large part, most households have been assessed. Matter of fact, for those households that genuinely have not been assessed, we have put in place different measures to capture them. So, and let me tell you what has happened. There are times when we go on a street where somebody might not be there, or the house is totally destroyed, so they can't stay there, or they may be at work, or for whatever reason, our assessor doesn't get a chance to interact with them. And if we don't interact with you, then we can't complete the assessment. So in that case, we have put in place on our website a self-registration form. So anyone who you hear saying, I was not assessed, you can tell them, go and assess or go and report on the mlss.gov.jm website, and you will be able to give us your information and we'll contact you and arrange an assessment. Now, some people can't go online, and some people, even if they can, they don't know how to. So we also have another method in that we have calling cards that we leave at homes when we visit, when the people are not there, so that you can always use the phone and call us and arrange an assessment. The third thing is that if you can't go online and you can't make a phone call, we have told persons, anybody who says, I was not assessed, go to our parish office and they will firstly evaluate you, and then they will come and arrange an assessment once it is that you're supposed to have an assessment. Now, what has been happening, frankly, is that you have many, many homes with multiple families. You have some households where you have mother and father and children, and they're different names, different last names. And sometimes genuinely, and sometimes not so genuinely, people are, you might have a father who attends on our office and says, nobody has come to assess me, because he's not aware that yesterday an assessment was done and his wife or his partner is the one who completed the information. That has happened many, many, many times. So we tell people, before you say you're not assessed, ask the persons in your household. They may tell you that, yes, somebody came by last week, but we forgot to tell you. So, many things have been said, many things have been done, but the facts are that we have done in the last, what would it be, 3 months? Significant work. I put it in context. During burial, we did less than 19,000 assessments, and it took 8 months. And if you compare to other countries overseas, even developed countries, you will very quickly be able to see that the work that we are doing, even though not perfect, is work which really exemplifies full commitment from our soldiers that we have on the ground, the JDF, our team members, many of whom themselves are victims, who, despite their own circumstances, are out, they're serving, they're giving yeoman service to the country, going around up, down hills and valleys to get this done. And last thing I'll tell you, last thing I'll say is this. Anybody who is now to receive a cash grant or a roof repair or a modular solution or whatever it is, they cannot receive it unless the assessment is done. So the assessment is the first step after you have been impacted. And why do we do that? Because there are many persons who were not impacted by Melissa who are trying to get into the program because of the money that's involved. So we have to authenticate and we have to make sure that we know what level to put you at, whether it is minor, major, or severe. Because depending on the level, the amount of cash that you receive as a grant under the roofs program, it differs. And for the shelter recovery, I know you're going to ask about what benefit. For the shelter recovery program, there are 6 different interventions. The cash grant, which is the 10 billion, is just one.
Over there, so I want to finish up on the assessment part of it. And I appreciate that the volume of stuff that your agents are doing out there and the work. I appreciate that. But what I wanted to ask you, and you answered the question about, which Desmond started with, about so many people not having been assessed. But what I want to ask you, how long after the assessment are people supposed to start getting benefits? What's the period? And when do you expect you yourself, the majority of people in Jamaica to be dealt with? Let's say 90% of who got losses. So we take the assessment that the assessments have captured 90,000 people or more. How long do you expect between people coming to assess me and my getting some benefit?
Excellent question. So the hurricane was in the ending of October, and by December, we had paid out more than 6,000 grants through our NHT element of the shelter recovery program. And it's similar grants to the roofs, so it's up to 500,000. So more than 6,000 persons have already received grants under NHT. Under the roofs portion, we have almost about 2,000 or more that have already received their grants under that program. We have hundreds more who have received roof repair under the government-led repair program, the partner-led repair program. So what we're doing is not something to be done in the future. We've started to do repair and provide grants from December, and we're now in February. So we're
the
moving.
Numbers you gave us there, Minister, add up to less than 10,000. And by your own count, there are more than 90,000.
90,000 households. It's much more than 90,000 persons. And in addition to that, we have had, through our partners, World Food Program, we had 16,000 households, 50,000 persons receiving 2 cycles of $34,000, $37,000. And that was based on vulnerability and also based on the list, our assessment list. Additionally, we have another 100 and something million from UNICEF that has either gone out or is to go out for children with disabilities and children on path. So, Franklin, listen, anybody can sit and talk about how long it takes. Come on the field with us. You will understand what we're doing on the ground. My team has been working from 2024, from burial, and they haven't stopped working. Some of them, I don't know how they're doing it because they don't have any house, and we have to prioritize them as well. So,
I'm not making light of the effort, Minister. I'm not making light of the efforts, Minister. All I'm saying is that if a man has lost his house, a family, man or woman, family, or lost significant portion of it, the roof is down and so forth.
Yes.
And it's within 3 months, he wants to know now, and it's been assessed how much longer is the government process going to take to get me a benefit? That's
So
what I'm asking.
everyone that we have assessed has received some benefit. Every single household that we have assessed has received some form of benefit from the government, whether it is a food package, a mattress, interim shelter at one of the shelters that we put together, whatever kind of support we can give. Now, remember, the government before this couldn't do this. What we have done is put aside contingency money based on good governance and decisions that we have made that has allowed us to say to people, we're going to give you a roof. We're going to give you $10 billion or more of cash to help you restore. It's never expected to be the whole sum, because we know we can't provide everything. And as I said to you, we have started the process already. What we're doing in terms of the disbursement is we're using modalities that will allow for us to move rapidly. So in terms of the major and the severe, which is about more than 14,000 persons are in the severe category. More than 33,000 are in the major category in terms of households. For those two,
Severe means lost the house. Severe means lost the house.
Severe could mean lost the house, or it means you have severe damage, which almost totally destroyed. So I'm saying to you that for those two categories, we're using a digital payment modality. So once we have finished cleaning the list, that money can go out in 1 week. So we're in the process now of making sure that we don't have any duplications, making sure that we have the right information. And once we finish that, that process of paying that out will be very swift. But we have to make sure that we get it right before we do that. We've started that on January 30th, which with 50 persons in the severe category, 1,234 in the minor category who were also vulnerable, meaning you're minor damage, but you are a senior citizen or you're a person with disabilities. So therefore, the impact of the damage is still amplified. And then in addition,
one of our viewers asked you digital payment modality through them. Digital payment modality. But never mind, Minister.
What that means is that, for instance, instead of us having to print a check and then find you and deliver the check, and you having to go and carry the check, we just simply send you a QR code to your phone, and you can go to the business, which is going to be connected to the company that is handling it. They have select merchants, and you can just show your QR code, bam, and you get your goods.
Well, all technology. Minister Desmond wants to ask you a question he's been wanting for a while. Go ahead, Desmond.
Minister, what I want to find out from you as a government representative is what is being done to address the issue of landlessness, where many of the victims were living on lands that were not theirs. How is that being addressed?
Well, that's two different issues, Desmond. The issue of landlessness is a completely complicated issue on its own. But in terms of informal settlers who might have lost their shelter, one of the interventions, one of the 6 interventions under the Shelter Recovery Program is called relocation/regularization. And why we call it that is because we do understand that you have many persons, many households that were built on land that is not titled or not owned by the occupants. But we do have to treat with them. We do have to give them the support. We do have to help them, but we're going to help them back into a better space. So we want to make sure that for those persons that we carry them through a process where it is possible of regularization, meaning if you built on land and it is not your land, and what you had built made you so susceptible that it was dangerous, you would never want this one for your government to help that person to build back on that land in a way that would make them still susceptible to the danger. That would not make sense. So for those persons, we're going to have to work together, and we're going to have to make sure that we find somewhere for them to be in a more resilient space. For the persons who had built on land, it's not their own, and it is safe, we may very well enter into some discussion with them about regularizing them so that they can have tenure, security of tenure. But these are situations that have to occur case by case. The different situations are unique. But the government has made it clear that we want to make sure that we put people, our people, in a better position. Because for many, many, many persons who we have found in the severe category especially, it's not the severity of the wind that caused them to have so much damage. It is the susceptibility of the construction of their shelter. Meaning, take for instance, go back to Beryl. In Beryl, there are two places in the country that really got hit hard. Southeast Clarendon, which is my constituency, and Southwest St. Elizabeth, which is for Mr. Green. Minister Green's constituency got more intense wind, higher wind than us. But in my seat, two communities, Portland Cottage and Rocky Point, had the most totally destroyed homes. Why was that? It wasn't because of the intensity of the wind. It was because the construction of the homes and the type of home was one that was not as resilient. And so therefore, any wind that blew on it caused disaster.
Minister, we understand that as well. There's so much, this man, you have to follow up because there's so much we want to get from the minister. It's such a big field, but Desmond, go ahead if you wanted a quick follow-up.
So what I am looking at is that, are you, the government, considering a serious land reform program?
Yes, we are. I would invite you to welcome Minister Montague on your program. Minister Montague serves in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development, and I know that the Prime Minister has been placing a lot of those land issues in his responsibility. But I can tell you, as a former Minister of Housing, that yes, we not just intend, we've started the work to do the surveys and to look on the necessary structure of a policy and program that is needed for us to truly see how we can get our people to be in the safest, most sustainable space in terms of their shelter, and for them to have security of tenure.
Minister, I've been asking you, you spoke about the assessment, you spoke about work that started on January 30. I was asking you, when do we expect that the majority of people who have lost, had severe damage at that category or next to severe, when do we expect that most of those people will be able to get help from the government, help with regard to their building, whatever the format?
So let me make it very clear, and hear me clearly now. We have already started to help those people. We have started putting on roofs from December. The JDF, in addition to, or in collaboration with the engineering corps from Ghana, from Rwanda, and from Guyana, have been in St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, and other spaces in the most susceptible and severely impacted places, putting on roofs from December.
Minister, you don't want to commit to me that timing. As I was saying,
I'm just trying
to by X time. I'd love for you to be able to say to people who are waiting, well, half of you will get by June or by whenever. In other words, I know that the government has been doing work. These people have been doing work and getting some work out there. But when will the majority, when is it likely that we'll be able to go to every other person has got help? That's what I'm trying to get.
Okay, so Franklin, no, I mean this with no disrespect, but the team could never be in a position to speculate. We are dealing with a moving target. When you're on the ground working in this situation, every day something happens. And we take it as it comes and we try our hardest to just make sure that we put on roofs and get the money out. We have been, as I said before, we've been doing that from December. And we're not stopping. We're working even now, today. Look at me, I'm at work every single day, 7 days a week from Melissa Blow. So I can't tell you December to 2026. That's not even my focus. My focus is to try to get it out tomorrow. So as I said to you, we are working assiduously right now. We've been putting on roofs in a compound. We're putting on roofs in Black River, putting on roofs in White House, putting on roofs. So we've started the process and we will work to do that as much as we can. We have started to get the cash grants out. As I explained to you, once we finish cleaning the list, and get the things in order in terms of the structure to disseminate it, it probably won't take a week. And we're trying to do that as quickly as possible. I don't want to put a number to it and then all that the focus will be on is on the number or the date. I would not do that to the team because I know what they're going through. I mean, they're confronting things every single day because this is a completely new process. We've never gone through a Category 5 situation like this, and a lot of the modalities that we're using are different. So I don't want to put a number and then cause everyone to just focus on that. I mean, I rather to give you the full context that, if we can get it out tomorrow, that's what we're doing, and we're pushing to make sure that we can get it out as quickly as possible.
Just for people to remember, what's the main benefit to people who have lost shelter, lost full thing or part of it? What are the main? Can you just briefly tell us the main categories of benefit?
Okay, so under the Shelter Recovery Program, which is a broad umbrella, there are 6 interventions. The flagship intervention is called ROOFs, Restoration of Owner Occupant Family Shelter. And that is the program, the first program, where we have an initial $10 billion to be allocated to persons under different categories of minor, major, or severe. 75,000, 200,000, and 500,000. In addition to that, which is roofs, which is the cash grant, we have government-led repair, which is the second intervention.
On the top one it just mentioned 200,000, is that what you said?
500,000.
200,000 and then half a million. Half a million.
Right, okay.
So that is number one. The second intervention under the Shelter Recovery Program is a government-led repair, which is the work that we've already started. Meaning we already started to put on roofs, already started to repair roofs. It's a JDF. It is the JDF working with the Ghana team, the Rwanda team, and the Guyana team, and they're continuing to do that. The third intervention is a partner-led program, and that includes Food for the Poor or GEM or those partners that are working with us. They are also putting on roofs, and they've also started to do that. The fourth is the NHT. The NHT has been, since December, providing similar cash grants to persons, contributors who have been impacted by Melissa. In addition to the cash grants, they provide loans and insurances to them. The fifth is the rapidly deployed modular solution, which is the containers. 330 of them should be here very soon, maybe within the next, 2 to 3 weeks, I believe, or even less than that, coming in to provide full solutions.
None has come yet. None has come yet. None of those containers we heard about before. None has come yet, Minister.
Well, a number of containers have, we have containers that were already in Ireland. And a number of those have already been utilized for some persons to get homes. For instance, my customers here, Edith Chin, she brought about 3 of her container solutions into St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland. So a number of the persons who have been assessed have already gotten container solutions, but you would appreciate, Franklin, that they're coming in from China. It's
No, I'm
taking
just
time.
asking, you know, because we heard that they should have come from December. So I'm just asking whether they have come. Any have come. You said some more are coming in a week or
So
two.
some that are on island solutions have been deployed. The rest
Okay.
are on their way, but that I can't give you the specific time. The sixth intervention is the relocation and regularization that Desmond was talking about, where we appreciate the situation that many persons are in, and we're going to work assiduously to make sure that we put people back into a strong and resilient position. We don't want persons to be back in danger, and we want Jamaicans to have security of tenure. So the Housing Agency of Jamaica is stepping in there to do some work, and they'll be working with NLA. Additionally, the social housing program under the Prime Minister and under the MEGJID is going to be working to deploy the modular solutions, but also to work with the HAJ in terms of any regularization, if it is that any social housing is needed to be built there as well. So 6 different interventions, all of them have different and unique criteria, but they've started. The roofs has started to be distributed. The repair has already started. NHT started from December. And we're just working hard to make sure that we can help as many people as possible.
When I put out that I was going to be doing the program this live, I got some colleagues from overseas who wanted to find out what has been happening, why some of the things that they have sent down people are not able to clear, and whether even at this stage, what's the best way for people to make a contribution in kind, in particular, in Jamaica? Is it to call up your ministry? What's the best way?
The best way is to contact ADPEM. ADPEM is the one that is in charge of the receiving of any of those goods. But I believe the time for the relaxation at customs is already expired.
Yes.
What was happening is that many persons who sought to send goods, they were not sending it in accordance with the rules that were laid out. And so when they arrived in Ireland, the customs didn't treat it as if it was goods for the hurricane. And the reason why we have very clear guidelines on how you can bring things in related to the hurricane is because, as you know, once you put any relaxation on anything of that nature, you may have 1 or 2 persons, just a few, who will try to manipulate the situation to their benefit. So if you don't follow the rule, it's going to be very difficult. And so that's what happened to many persons who genuinely want to send
why
things
is it happening to us in Jamaica, where every program, it seems that a great deal of energy has to be spent on getting rid of the scamming? I mean, even in your programs they're talking about there, you have been mentioning people who are deliberately trying to get double on the program, people who are, trying to scam the program, people who are sending things. What is that? What is that about Jamaica?
I don't think, I want to put it this way. You can say Jamaica, but I won't join with you on that because I think it's a global phenomenon. When I go to conferences, the same problem that I have in Jamaica is the same problem they have in Africa, the same problem they have in the USA, the same problem they have in England. Once you have systems, you'll have a minority of persons who will try to beat the system. That's human nature. Our responsibility is to make sure that we monitor and that we enforce and that we protect the integrity of the system. So, we try our best to vocalize it and to communicate to the public and let them know what's happening. But it's not a Jamaica phenomenon, really. It's everywhere. I mean, I worked in the States.
I am sorry. Can anyone hear me?
And I can tell you that when I worked in Washington,
Minister, one of our panelists, Winnie is with us, but we're not seeing her.
As long as
I
you
was,
hear me.
I
Can
was
you hear me?
finishing my comment.
Can
I
you
was
hear
saying
me?
to you that when I worked in Washington for a few years, one of the companies that I worked for, they actually hired a group just to be able to increase the security systems for their products because they were having similar problems. So, again, we live in Jamaica, and so we focus a lot on our country, rightfully. And we're going to do everything we can to reduce the scamming and reduce the manipulation, and that's why we vocalize it and let people know.
What is it?
Winnie is with us. Winnie, we are not seeing you. Winnie is with us. That's one. Winnie, we are not seeing you, but Winnie, we did a report, Minister. We did a report out of talking to people in Hanover, different households in Hanover, but we found 3 people in Hanover who were pretty much in a similar situation. Winnie has a report on one of them. I'm going to ask us, Minister, if you could listen to this and respond to it at the end. Go ahead, Winnie.
No, I didn't want the minister to get away with the bandwagon fallacy. But let me continue. Homeless in Hanover.
Sorry. You didn't want the minister to do what?
The minister, the one of the things is yesterday I was talking about it, the bandwagon fallacy. You make it hard for us to teach logic because when you say this is what is done elsewhere, so you're not saying it's okay, but when you're using it sounds like a justification because it is happening elsewhere. That's a bandwagon fallacy. So it's hard to teach argumentation and logic when you do that.
Perhaps you didn't get an opportunity to listen to the full conversation. So let me enlighten you.
I'm sorry. I could hear everything, but you could not see me. But I could hear.
But what you're suggesting, I think perhaps you misinterpreted what I said. I'm not justifying scamming in any way at all.
No.
I was responding to a comment from Franklin who said, why Jamaica? Why is this happening in Jamaica? And I only said to him that in my experience, Pernell Charles Jr., who has worked overseas, gone to many conferences, I've served in Ministry of National Security, this is a global phenomenon. It's not just Jamaica. That's all I said. So I don't know how the bandwagon comes into this.
All right, Minister, that's fine. Really, we got to move. We got to move it. Our time is really running out of us. We have questions. We haven't even taken them. So go ahead with it.
Homeless in Hanover. Hurricane Melissa flattened the 2-bedroom house that she occupied. Let us call her Novia. It was the second hit in just over a year that Novia was facing. In July 2024, Hurricane Beryl knocked down the 2-bedroom house near Cascade, Eastern Hanover, leaving the 30-odd-year-old mom and her 2 children without a roof over their heads. But it did not knock down her spirit or enterprise and get up and go again. Yes, the hard-working Hanover mother decided that she had to help herself, and so she went about getting loans from Cool Loans. She erected a structure and got things back to livable. Then October 28, 2025, and Melissa knocked her flat again. Her 2-bedroom board house and all the furniture were destroyed. When I came, I only saw the site, believe me, and the holes where the posts were. Fearful, given the state of the house, she had sheltered at a friend's on that Tuesday night. Good thing she and her 2 children, one a teenager, did. People from the Poor Relief Office visited the area, and when she came from work, she was advised to go see them. Novia went. They sent her to Poor Relief Department at the municipal corporation. They visited her, made assessment, and promised to get back in touch with her. That was weeks and weeks ago until last Tuesday. They were back in the area. She was at work and went to their offices Wednesday, February 4. They took her name, TRN, and ID. They will get in touch. All this time, she has been cutting at a house which she once rented before she built her own structure. She says the landlord has made it plain she cannot stay there. She has been without a house to make into her home for more than 2 months now, and the stress is as heavy and as bothersome as just another cut. Just taking a cut, sorry. The big all-inclusive hotel where she works has been laying off staff. Every day she goes in, Novia fears she'll be next on the line. That means financial insecurity. It means keeping her teenage son out of school. He has not gone back since the hurricane, and she fears his dream to become an electrician may become a nightmare. Now she doesn't know where to turn. She has just been waiting on the Ministry of Labor and Social Security and the Poor Relief Department.
All right, Minister, so that's thank you very much, Winnie. Minister, that's what we Minister.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. Right. Minister, that's a story from interviews with one particular person. And
Yes.
because we found a similar. Just one point there, Minister. Just one point I need to make is that when she went out on Wednesday, it was the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, and they took her ID and TRN, etc., and said that they will come back. Go ahead, Minister. I would love you to respond to that scenario.
When you say, I'm trying to understand, what would you want me to respond to in terms of?
In other words,
to her?
Sorry.
In terms of what the team is doing.
If you found that credible, if you found that distressing, if you understand how her insecurity, and if you understand that there are some children, because that's one of the things that really struck me, some children have not gone back to school because of the state of the family situation. As in this case.
You asked me a while ago if I found that distressing. Is that what you just asked me?
Yes, Minister, yes.
Franklin, if I get an opportunity to carry you with me to the places that I have been in this country to see the level of impact of this hurricane, then you would not ask me that question.
Okay.
Let me just say that this young lady represents many, many persons who are genuinely in need of help and who we as a ministry and as a country are trying to assist. The reality is that the Category 5 hurricane has displaced hundreds of thousands. And it's going to take months, a long time for us to get back to normalcy. But we have to be focused. We have to remain optimistic. We have to try and pull as much support in as possible, all hands on deck, so that we can help as many Novias every single day, every single week, every single month, until we've done every single one. That's just what we have to do.
Overwhelmed at all? I was just wondering when you were talking about your staff earlier and so on. Is the system overwhelmed? Do we have enough people, social workers, etc., working the system? That's what I want to know.
Well, we have brought in a number of field officers from other agencies and departments and ministries. We've brought in persons to come and work with us. We had 700 persons doing assessments. And to reach the 90,000 was a tall order based on what we inherently have or what we traditionally have in terms of staff. So it has been a very difficult time because remember, the same staff members who did burial are the same staff members who are now impacted by Melissa. And it's the same staff members who are expected to still now go out and do the assessments. So it's been a challenge, but I tell you this, I'm very proud of them. Much more, in terms of the people who have come from overseas, for instance, Jamaicans who have just jumped in from everywhere, locally and internationally, and just come in and help. We've had many Jamaicans who have just come, assisted with the assessments, provided water, provided food. And that's why we are where we are now in terms of surpassing the numbers. But it doesn't mean that we have done, all that we are to do. It means that we're taking it step by step by step. That process can be very frustrating for some.
Before the minister goes, Franklin, I would not want Minister Purnell's Charles Jr. to go thinking that I could ever think that he would endorse scamming, because he cannot see my picture. He doesn't know that is someone who has a lot of respect for him. The last time he saw me was when I was giving a speech. So Minister, I want you to be clear. That could never be it. I would never accuse you of anything like that. You could not say that. So I want that to be clear.
Minister, what is being done to assist businesses, especially those small businesses? As you know, the hurricane has left hundreds, probably thousands, without their means of livelihood. What is being done to assist those persons?
If you Google it, you'll see Minister Alvin Hill is out across the country. So the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce has been tasked to go out and to help to restart and resuscitate those businesses. So even in some areas, particularly the most severely impacted, that ministry has been putting in place generators, helping with business grants, and other things to help to resuscitate the economic activity and to get those small businesses up and running. My ministry as well has assisted with some rehabilitation grants, but we are focused more on the residential, and the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce is focused more on the business.
Minister just got a WhatsApp message asking me, where can people get tents if they're in need, tents and tarpaulin? Where can people get tents and tarpaulin if they're in need?
So we gave out a lot of tents and tarpaulin through the JDF. We have purchased a lot and received a lot, and those were given out. We have not received any requests for tents or tarpaulin recently. So I would say to you that if there is somebody who still needs tent or tarpaulin relating to Hurricane Melissa, then they should see their parish office. Go to your parish, your Ministry of Labor parish office, and speak to the manager there or somebody and let them know the situation you are in, and somebody should respond to you there.
Minister, can I just give you 1 minute just before we close the show, just to speak to people who are in need, who have not had any assistance yet, and who are out there? What should they be doing? How should they be feeling about where you're going? Just have a minute for that, Minister. Thank you.
So anyone who is not yet assessed, you should get to or get support to go onto our website, www.mlss.gov.jm, and do the self-reporting. If you're unable to do that or unable to access the online, then call our parish office and give them your information and let them come and arrange an assessment. If you're unable to do that, then just get yourself to the parish office physically and let them know what the situation is with you. Now, many persons will not watch this. Some of them may not even be able to watch this. But a family member who knows their situation might be watching or listening. And I would ask you, the family member, to just make sure that you contact your family, tell them, don't sit down and say to Desmond, I don't get assessment. Get to the parish office and arrange an assessment, because we have been through the nook and cranny and the hill and the valley. but that doesn't mean we're going to meet everybody. There's some persons who...
Okay, that's the end of today's show. Thanks to all my listeners and viewers. Thanks to my technical operator, Kevin. And remember, we are always urging you to be careful. Riders, drivers, pedestrians. Be careful on our roads. Yes. And stay safe. Remember, the gunmen are out there. So do whatever you can to protect yourself. Until Wednesday, this is Rebel Radio, and I am Desmond Richards.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.